Chapter 1403. There was a ferocious smile on Xiao Chunlei's face, but there was also a confident smile. Smart kids remember network, super fast hands, a saber, and a sword attacked at the same time. Even though he was facing a sword supremacy and a saber supremacy, he still had absolute confidence that he could defeat both saber and sword supremacies in one fell swoop. Moreover, he wanted to use his unparalleled cultivation to severely injure both saber and sword supremacies at the same time. He wanted to use the most violent and barbaric way to defeat the enemy's best attack. This was the only way to defeat the enemy's fighting spirit. He wanted to plant a thought in the enemy's heart that, "You can never defeat me." Such a thought. As long as this saber and sword collided according to his expectations, then these two saber and sword supremacies would be crippled by him. The inner demons left behind by a frontal attack were far more harmful than any other inner demons. As long as these two were completely defeated by him, then there was more than a 10% chance that they would never be able to recover from this setback. Xiao Chunlei was even prepared for the follow-up divine consciousness attack and aura attack. The next moment, the saber light was like lightning, and the sword aura was like a rainbow. They approached at the same time. The two sword auras collided first, triggering a bright light in the air, scattering and shooting in all directions. Gu Duxing let out a muffled grunt. The sound of the saber whistled. Dong Wushang's saber slashed down with the force of a thunderbolt, but with a kind of naturally domineering aura. The two sabers collided violently without any tricks. Xiao Chunlei let out a muffled grunt. Dong Wushang let out a loud roar, and his dark saber slashed down continuously, like continuous flashes of lightning in the air. The rumbling sounds were endless. Xiao Chunlei's tyrannical recoil force also burst forth at this moment. Boom! With a loud roar, Gu Duxing's body pierced through the air like a sharp sword. With a sway, he disappeared without a trace. Dong Wushang's burly body retreated rapidly in the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body turned into a small black as he retreated and then disappeared. There was only a sigh of admiration left. Second-grade supreme martial artist, you really live up to your reputation. Xiao Chunlei stood stiffly on the high platform. His expression was heavy, his gaze deep, and his long beard rustled. He actually didn't pursue the rocky ground under his feet. It slowly began to collapse, but it was shattered into powder by the saber light and sword energy, and slowly sank down 30 feet. Xiao Chunlei stood in the void just like that. Even with his cultivation as a mid-stage supreme martial artist, he was actually unable to protect the ground beneath his feet while taking on the opponent's saber and sword head-on. Everything caused by the remaining power was shattered. A layer of sweat broke out on Xiao Chunlei's back. There was still a lingering fear. Originally, he was trying his best to establish his prestige. Although he was being forced to deal with it, with his cultivation, this was nothing. Therefore, he had originally planned to completely shatter his opponent's attack with one strike, then immediately counterattack and destroy these two sword and saber geniuses who had delivered themselves to his doorstep, even if it couldn't destroy life. He also wanted to destroy his self-confidence and self-respect. But now he found out. The one who was shocked was him. It was an extremely ferocious sword. The strike was so domineering that it left a deep impression on Xiao Chunlei. He could clearly feel that if the other party's cultivation could be a little deeper, if the other party could be on par with him, or even not on par with him, even if the other party was a few levels lower than him, at the level of an 8th-grade supreme martial artist or a 7th-grade supreme martial artist at the pinnacle, then at this moment, he was definitely a pile of minced meat. He was cut in half by a sword or a saber. That was a sure thing. The other party's aura didn't weaken at all. Even if he retreated with one move, that murderous aura was also rising steadily. There was a kind of feeling of complacency and complacency. Instead, it was him who was shocked and scared. Was this really just a 5th-grade sword supremacy? 5th-grade saber supremacy? Thinking of that horrifying aura just now, Xiao Chunlei was still scared. He was really too arrogant. If it wasn't for his 10,000 years of cultivation, Xiao Chunlei stopped himself from thinking further. Lifting up the saber and sword, looking at the obvious gap that was cut out, he was speechless for a moment. Gu Duxing struck with his sword and felt a majestic force coming at him head-on. At the same time that the sword light was released, it was rebounded. That feeling was like a light boat in the boiling sea, facing a huge wave head-on. Gu Duxing dealt with it with all his might, gathering all his cultivation and fighting with all his might. After one strike, Gu Duxing's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His wrist shook violently, and he borrowed the force to escape. My current cultivation, compared to a second-grade supreme martial artist, is still insignificant. The gap is too big. In this strike, the feeling of death and the aura of a second-grade supreme martial artist as vast as the sea also made Gu Duxing understand a lot in an instant. So he retreated immediately without any reluctance. It was like a top assassin using his best skills to assassinate the enemy, but as long as the strike didn't work, he would retreat immediately. Only when he was thousands of feet away and in a safe range did he feel as if his whole body had been struck by lightning, and he felt a numbing pain all over. Looking up, dust and smoke filled the sky at the place where they exchanged blows. One day, I will reach this level, and that day is definitely not too far away. Gu Duxing said to himself silently in his heart. His internal organs were shaken, his qi and blood were boiling as if they were about to burst out of his body, and his heart meridians were almost broken. But his expression was calm and even a little happy. He took out an incomplete version of the heavy elixir and swallowed it, his eyes shining. A second-grade supreme martial artist was not unkillable. Dong Wushang waved his dark saber and slashed down like a hurricane. After one strike, his whole body shook violently, and he flew out with the force of the impact without any resistance. His strength is even greater than mine. I can't kill him. I'm not his match. The distance between me and this person is still very far away. However, I could already feel what he was feeling at this point. I'm already clear, so I will definitely reach it. So I'll retreat for the time being. This feeling was very similar to when one was at a low level, looking at the peak of a mountain. It was like heaven on earth, completely unattainable. But when one climbed to a certain level and looked at the original position, one would see clouds and mist and a stone mountain. Although it was still far away, it was already not unattainable. Dong Wushang was shaken violently and flew out. His meridians were about to break. All the blood in his body flowed backward almost instantly. But he didn't panic at all. He swallowed an incomplete version of the heavy elixir in midair and fled far away without looking back. I'm not his match today. But one day, even if I face a second-grade supreme martial artist alone, I will be able to kill him with one strike. Because I've already seen your level clearly. Xiao Qinlei stood in the air for a long time with a heavy expression. After a long time, he sighed and was about to drift down. But right at this moment, a clear voice said, "Kill this second-grade supreme martial artist, and that dragon bone and phoenix might will be in our hands. Today, I swear to attack with my life. I must get it." Xiao Qinlei was furious. Who was so arrogant? He turned to look, only to see that in the forest far away, a white-clothed figure stood in the wind, like the moonlight shining in the forest. This was an order. It came from his mouth. Xiao Qinlei was so angry that he laughed. "Junior, you're courting death." His arms shook. His whole person flew in the air like a great rock spreading its wings. He pounced on that figure in white, covering the distance of 10,000 feet in an instant. As the figure in white floated, it was already obvious that it was a young man in white, with a gentle face, handsome and graceful, looking at him with a calm gaze, without sorrow, joy, surprise, and fear. Facing a second-grade supreme martial artist who was about to come, his expression didn't change at all. Xiao Qinlei's eyes were like an eagle's. He opened his hands, and a big hand appeared out of thin air, grabbing fiercely. All of a sudden, there was a slight vibration in the air. Then, Xiao Qinlei discovered to his astonishment that a huge, bright, and gorgeous flower had suddenly appeared in front of him. An extremely beautiful and dreamy flower slowly bloomed in front of him. Xiao Qinlei could even clearly see those gorgeous petals slowly unfurling in front of him, unfurling endlessly. It was like a lotus flower, blooming continuously, but the stamen that should have been exposed was nowhere to be seen. A fierce aura came down from above. Xiao Qinlei's thunderous eyes suddenly closed, and he slashed out with his sword. This was the most important trick to facing the viburnum flower. Close your eyes and don't look at the brilliance, but use your mind to sense the murderous intent and deal with the enemy. Xie Danqiong's eyes lit up. He already knew that his viburnum flower could affect the vision of even a second-grade supreme martial artist. This was enough. At the same time, a sword light like a furious dragon slashed out, and a clear roar sounded like a phoenix soaring in the sky. Xiao Qinlei, who had closed his eyes, suddenly felt as if a dragon and a phoenix had appeared in front of him, and they were joining forces to attack him. With a boom, the viburnum flower was dispersed by a single blow. Xie Danqiong had a satisfied smile on his face, and he fell down with blood at the corner of his mouth. On Xiao Qinlei's body, traces of being cut by the viburnum flower appeared again. Xiao Qinlei opened his eyes abruptly. He punched Ao Xian violently and slashed Rue Budong swiftly with his saber. He didn't even have time to say anything. Ao Xian let out a dragon roar and retreated madly with a somersault. Rue Budong laughed and immediately retreated after that attack. Xiao Qinlei stood in the air majestically. When he looked around, the young man in white just now had already disappeared. He shouted, "Scoundrel, come out and fight with me." Thinking of the murderous intent of the blooming flower just now, he almost lost himself in it. That roar like a divine dragon, that oppressive aura like a phoenix. Xiao Qinlei felt one thing with infinite urgency. If these enemies were not eliminated, they would be harmed sooner or later. These few small fries must not be left alive. There had never been a day when he had such an absurd feeling of being prepared for a rainy day. Moreover, the elder master of the Xiao clan had also never thought that this kind of mentality of being jealous of the talented would actually appear in him one day. Before this, no matter what kind of genius he saw, he would only smile and even look forward to the day when this genius would grow up. But today, he was afraid. A voice said, "If I want to come out, I'll come out. If I don't want to, I won't come out. But I'm not some scoundrel. You old turtle, apologize to me." Xiao Qinlei shouted angrily, "If you're not a scoundrel, can you still be considered open and aboveboard?" That voice howled like a wolf and rose up in rage. "Oh, would damn old turtle. You've made Second Master Luo angry." A ray of sword light rose from the ground like a ferocious wolf foraging alone on the grassland. At the same time, another ray of sword light seemed to appear from the netherworld. Two rays of sword light, one from the left and one from the right, shot over at lightning speed. The one on the left was ferocious and wild, like a pack of wolves devouring. The one on the right, however, seemed to carry the murderous aura of heaven and earth, as well as a kind of resolute aura of slaughtering the whole world without stopping. It was Sword Master Chu who had made his move. What harm was there in slaughtering the whole world? Late update, sorry. The main thing is that after I finished writing a chapter, I realized that something was wrong, so I wrote a new chapter. It's really embarrassing. In the previous chapter, I wrote the comparison of strength wrongly. Chapter 1404. Xiao Qinlei was a little sad. Smart Kids Remember Network's super fast hands. The first big shock was that he didn't expect the other party to have two saber and sword supremes with such powerful strength. His spirit was dampened at the first attack. After the first wave, the other party's words easily hit the thing he cared about the most and aroused his anger. Then came the blooming of the viburnum flowers, which made him break out in cold sweat. When the cool wind blew, he suddenly felt cold all over. His clothes were completely torn by the viburnum flowers, and he could clearly feel the sharp viburnum flowers cutting across his skin. It was as if he was being dismembered. Just as this feeling arose, he was attacked by the combined power of the dragon and the phoenix. The blow to his spiritual sea was really unparalleled. If it was any other time before this, he wouldn't feel like this. But now, he had been exerting his strength beside the dragon and phoenix skeletons for days. That kind of overwhelming pressure had almost penetrated deep into his bones. Now, outside the dragon and phoenix skeletons, There were actually 2 living dragon and phoenix powers attacking him. At that moment, Xiao Qinlei's soul almost left his body, and his mind was almost in a mess. Could it be that the skeletons that had been dead for 100,000 years had come back to life? It was also because of this confusion that Ao Sheiyun and Rue Budong's attacks really injured this middle-grade supreme martial artist. He hadn't felt injured for 7 to 8,000 years. Now that this feeling suddenly appeared, it was really a wonderful feeling. Right at this moment, another wild wolf-like attack appeared. He had just gathered his energy and was about to kill this guy when another attack came. And this sword light carried a destructive aura, that kind of murderous aura, that kind of terrifying concept. It was even more terrifying than the previous attacks combined. Xiao Qinlei roared. He hurriedly mobilized all the cultivation in his body and faced the attack fiercely. Luo Kadi shouted as a sword light crossed the sky, charging toward Xiao Qinlei as if he was determined to die. Xiao Qinlei had countless ways. He also had 10,000% confidence that he could kill him with one blow. But he didn't dare to. Because if he did that here, the sword light on the right would definitely poke a hole in his body. Even if it wouldn't be fatal, it would still be troublesome. His cultivation had reached the level of a middle-grade supreme martial artist. They wouldn't get hurt easily, but once they did, it wouldn't be easy to heal. It would definitely take a long time to recover. This was also the true reason why Ning Tianya needed such a long time to recover from his injuries. But under such circumstances, how could he be injured when the other party was so strong? He roared and slashed at Luo Kudi. However, Luo Kudi was extremely intelligent. So, how could he possibly attack in the same way? He had already swung his sword 30 times in the air. 30 streaks of sword light converged into one and slashed down ferociously with the force of toppling mountains and overturning seas. With a loud clang, Luo Kudi spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. In the past, saying like a kite with a broken string was not so accurate. But this time, Second Master Luo was too vivid. He was running forward at high speed when he suddenly bumped head-on. With a whoosh, he flew back. His speed was so fast that even his pants were torn off. Fortunately, he still remembered to use the tip of his foot to hook, therefore, his hairy thighs were exposed, and his trousers and robes were hanging on his toes. He didn't even make a somersault as he flew straight ahead. It was a huge kite, and it was absolutely lifelike. Ao Sheiyun and Rue Budong were originally feeling extremely uncomfortable with their blood surging in their chests and abdomens. But at this moment, they couldn't help but smile. On the other side, Xiao Qinlei and Chu Yang had already collided fiercely. Just like 2 shooting stars flying opposite each other in the night sky, they collided fiercely. Calamity Sword. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? This time, Chu Yang didn't hide anything. He used all his strength to launch this move, the purest and most concentrated move. This time, he didn't have any intention of hiding his identity. In Chu Yang's eyes, these people from the Shao clan today were already dead. No matter what, they must be killed. And this was also Yu Lingshua's intention. With such a guarantee, Chu Yang didn't have any worries. Dead people would never reveal secrets. The long sword was about to reach him. At the moment when they were about to come into contact with each other, the memory of the ancient legend in Xiao Qinlei's mind suddenly awakened. At this moment, he, who was at the peak of his power, suddenly widened his eyes and cried out in horror, "What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world?" With a cold smile on his lips, Chu Yang's face was expressionless. Without a word, he pounced over fiercely. But Xiao Qinlei's heart was in a mess. Not only was it in a mess, but it was also in fear. He finally understood now who these people who fought with him one after another were. It was actually the legendary Calamity Sword Master and his tribulation. No wonder each of them was so frighteningly talented. No wonder each of them was so sharp. At such an age, even the most outstanding one among the descendants of the big clans couldn't compare to the weakest one. The Calamity Sword Master was indeed the Calamity Sword Master, and tribulation was indeed tribulation. Like a long rainbow, the sword light was already in front of him. Xiao Qinlei shouted, "Calamity Sword Master, do you think I'm afraid of you?" There was a mocking look in Chu Yang's eyes. If you're not afraid, why did you say it? Xiao Chunlei almost wanted to give himself a tight slap. This sentence was really said without any confidence, and it was also clearly telling the enemy that he was already afraid. The long sword suddenly turned into a light circle and a light wall to meet Chu Yang's sword. With a loud boom, Xiao Chunlei discovered to his heartache that his sword had shattered into pieces in an instant, turning into broken pieces of iron. This sword of his had already clashed with Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Xie Danqiong, Ao Xieyun, Rui Butong, and Luo Ke's enemies one after another. The weapons of each of these people were divine weapons. It was already extremely rare for them to be able to hold on until now without breaking, but they were already at the end of their rope. And at this moment, they met the Calamity Sword Master's Calamity Sword. They met the Sword Master. How could it not fall apart immediately? The long sword shattered, and the light screen disappeared immediately. The sword light was torn into pieces. Xiao Chunlei roared and slashed down with all his strength. The funny thing was that at the moment when the long sword shattered, he was still thinking in his heart, "Damn it, I'm really stupid. Facing the Calamity Sword Master and his Calamity Sword, I actually used a weapon to deal with it. Isn't that sending food to the Calamity Sword? I really shouldn't have done that." But as he thought this, he instinctively slashed out with his saber again. At the same time, he was regretting in his heart, "Why did I send my saber out again?" But with a clang, the saber that was already riddled with scars also shattered. Chu Yang's sword momentum did not change. It went straight in. There was already blood at the corner of his mouth. In the two encounters just now, although Xiao Chunlei had no intention to fight, his huge cultivation of a mid-stage supreme martial artist still shocked Chu Yang quite a bit. But he didn't care at all. So what if he slaughtered the whole world? He had only used half of it, and there was still some power left. Xiao Chunlei roared and attacked continuously with both palms. Instantly, the wind blew and clouds surged. Dozens of palms struck out consecutively, and at the same time, he retreated quickly. He finally started to retreat. Although there were no less than dozens of reasons, whether it was the consumption of his body, spirit, consciousness, weapons, and cultivation, he had been hit repeatedly in this battle. It was already less than half of his usual cultivation, and after seeing the Calamity Sword Master, he already had no intention to fight. But this was after all the first time since Chu Yang's debut that a mid-stage supreme martial artist retreated in front of him. This was a historical moment. The Calamity Sword Master forced a mid-stage supreme martial artist to retreat for the first time. Below, countless people raised their heads to watch. Watching this fierce battle, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. That kind of enormous pressure. The two of them faced each other. Xiao Chunlei retreated while Chu Yang controlled the sword light and attacked with his sword. The wind from his palms whistled. More and more blood flowed from the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. There were also many broken bones in his body, but he pursed his lips, his gaze cold and firm, as if this sword would not stop until it pierced a hole in the mid-stage supreme martial artist's body. One advanced and one retreated. The speed was completely different. Xiao Chunlei roared. Chu Yang's Calamity Sword was finally close to him. Xiao Chunlei felt the chilling aura of the sword light. Finally, there was no way to avoid it. He finally wanted to fight with his life on the line. Before this, if someone said that he would fight with his life on the line in this battle, even he himself would scoff at it. But now, he was really fighting with his life on the line. He opened his arms. Suddenly, from every position and every part of his body, even his hair, crisscrossed sword energy came out. Full attack. Chu Yang laughed and said, "That dragon and phoenix, I want them. Do you have any objections?" Then, he was sent flying. But before he was sent flying, a sword also pierced into Xiao Chunlei's right shoulder. It was only 3 inches into his flesh before it was stopped by a majestic force. It could no longer go any further. Blood splattered in the sky. Laughing, Chu Yang retreated like a meteor. No one knew that at this moment, he had already taken 2 incomplete versions of heavy pills. From Gu Duxing's attack to Chu Yang's retreat, the process seemed long, but in fact, it was only the blink of an eye. The Calamity Brothers, including the Sword Master, were all in a life and death crisis. How could a mid-stage supreme martial artist be easy? The danger of this battle was beyond anyone's imagination. Only Chu Yang himself knew that in this extremely short battle, he had already died twice. But he had completed a historical event. He made the high and mighty mid-stage supreme martial artist, who had become a legend of the heavenly layer, retreat in front of his own brothers. And he was injured. Even though this mid-stage supreme martial artist was only a beginner mid-stage supreme martial artist, and was far from peak experts like Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, he was still a mid-stage supreme martial artist after all. This battle proved that Chu Yang and his brothers already had the qualifications to march towards the peak of the heavenly layer. Xiao Qinlei retreated extremely gloomily. The sharp pain in his right shoulder made him extremely angry. Although the wound was small, it was bleeding, and the sword energy attached to the sword exploded instantly, flowing along his meridians, making his right shoulder unable to move freely. Just as he was about to retreat, there was a sudden burst of mist in the air around him. A sword suddenly flashed out of the void. Imole attacked at this moment. A red light flashed. Dreamlike, the Qingwu dream saber suddenly appeared. Imo Qingwu slashed with her saber. It was the most uncomfortable moment for Xiao Qinlei. Chapter 1406. Xiao Qinlei thought for a while and finally decided. Investigate thoroughly immediately. Send more people over from the direction of the station. In addition, give instructions to each person to be specifically responsible and implicate them. Ensure that there are no problems in any link. Smart children remember the net and super fast typing. This time, the enemy is not very strong, but their combined strength is definitely not to be ignored. So, once something needs to go out, it must be in a team of more than 3 people. At any time, the battle alert formation must be maintained. When Xiao Qinlei said this, he sighed a little. He was thinking about today's fight. The more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. Elder Master, are these people today really the Tribulation Sword Master and his tribulation? That long horse face asked curiously. There is absolutely no mistake in this part. Xiao Qinlei sighed deeply and said, not only are you in disbelief, I also didn't expect that the Tribulation Sword Master would choose the Xiao clan as his opponent in his first appearance in the heavens. Is the Tribulation Sword Master from the Chu clan? Horseface frowned. At the side, GMO also pricked up his ears. Not necessarily. Xiao Qinlei said, the sky was dark. I couldn't see their faces clearly. In addition, they came one after another, all in the midst of flying dust and sand. And a few of them even disguised themselves. He paused and said, however, even if the Tribulation Sword Master is not from the Chu clan, he definitely has something to do with the Chu clan. As he spoke, he channeled energy to heal his injuries and said, at the very least, one of the tribulations is from the Chu clan. Everyone gasped. In that case, we are going against one of the major clans in the future. This news must be reported to the clan as soon as possible. Xiao Qinlei frowned and said, communication jade still can't be used? Horseface said in distress, yes, within the range of the dragon and phoenix bones, communication jades can't be used at all. We have to walk out of Aspen Valley to restore communication. Walk out of Aspen Valley? Xiao Qinlei frowned. Doesn't that mean we have entered their ambush circle? It's too risky. Let's hurry up and send the invisible falcon. All right. Immediately, someone hurried to write. They prepared to send the invisible falcon. Xiao Qinlei sighed. After stopping the bleeding, a long-bearded supreme being asked curiously, old ancestor, we were able to see the battle just now from below, but there's one thing that I can't figure out. Xiao Qinlei exhaled. You're talking about my injuries? The long-bearded supreme martial artist said respectfully, yes, from the battle just now. It was obvious that the sword sovereign was not even at the 4th grade. That saber supremacy definitely hadn't transcended the boundary between immortal and mortal. Chapter 1406. Xiao Qinlei thought for a while and finally decided. Investigate thoroughly immediately. Send more people over from the direction of the station. In addition, give instructions to each person to be specifically responsible and implicate them. Ensure that there are no problems in any link. Smart children remember the net and super fast typing. This time, the enemy is not very strong, but their combined strength is definitely not to be ignored. So, once something needs to go out, it must be in a team of more than 3 people. At any time, the battle alert formation must be maintained. When Xiao Chunlei said this, he sighed a little. He was thinking about today's fight. The more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. Elder Master, are these people today really the Tribulation Sword Master and his tribulation? That long horse face asked curiously. There is absolutely no mistake in this part. Xiao Chunlei sighed deeply and said, not only are you in disbelief, I also didn't expect that the Tribulation Sword Master would choose the Xiao clan as his opponent in his first appearance in the heavens. Is the Tribulation Sword Master from the Chu clan? Horseface frowned. At the side, GMO also pricked up his ears. Not necessarily. Xiao Chunlei said, the sky was dark. I couldn't see their faces clearly. In addition, they came one after another, all in the midst of flying dust and sand. And a few of them even disguised themselves. He paused and said, however, even if the Tribulation Sword Master is not from the Chu clan, he definitely has something to do with the Chu clan. As he spoke, he channeled energy to heal his injuries and said, at the very least, one of the tribulations is from the Chu clan. Everyone gasped. In that case, we are going against one of the major clans in the future. This news must be reported to the clan as soon as possible. Xiao Chunlei frowned and said, communication jade still can't be used? Horseface said in distress, yes, within the range of the dragon and phoenix bones, communication jades can't be used at all. We have to walk out of Aspen Valley to restore communication. Walk out of Aspen Valley? Xiao Chunlei frowned. Doesn't that mean we have entered their ambush circle? It's too risky. Let's hurry up and send the invisible falcon. All right. Immediately, someone hurried to write. They prepared to send the invisible falcon. Xiao Chunlei sighed. After stopping the bleeding, a long-bearded supreme being asked curiously, old ancestor, we were able to see the battle just now from below, but there's one thing that I can't figure out. Xiao Chunlei exhaled. You're talking about my injuries? The long-bearded supreme martial artist said respectfully, yes, from the battle just now. It was obvious that the sword sovereign was not even at the 4th grade. That saber supremacy definitely hadn't transcended the boundary between immortal and mortal. They could vaguely see people coming from the direction of the purple crystal mine. Then, 40 to 50 people were ready to follow them. It was already the latter half of the night. Mo Tianji pondered for a while. When he felt that they had gone far enough, he waved his hand and said softly, we'll take action after half an hour. From the ground, we'll be completely uprooted and then immediately attack with all our might. Take note, at most 2 breaths. We must end the battle, destroy all resources, and then evacuate. In the purple crystal mine, a few invisible falcons flapped their wings and flew up. They circled one round and soared into the sky, flying rapidly toward the east. The long-bearded supreme martial artist looked up and watched as the invisible falcons flew into the sky and disappeared. He then used his spiritual power to track them for a while. After confirming that they had already flown out of Aspen Valley, he turned around and went back with ease. Outside Aspen Valley, Yu Lingshua's clothes were as white as snow. He stood under the bright moon and the cool breeze. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. He smiled lightly and stood with his hands behind his back. When the long-bearded supreme martial artist had just retracted his divine sense, Yu Lingxue opened his eyes at once. A relaxed smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He raised his head slightly and said calmly, "Come down." He reached out, his palm facing the sky. Rustling sounds rang out. The 5 invisible falcons flapped their wings with all their might and descended from a height of several thousand feet in a straight line, quietly landing on Yu Lingshue's palm. They tilted their heads and looked at this stranger strangely, as if they were puzzled. Why was it that they couldn't fly when this person was here? Yu Lingxue smiled and said, "Little fellow." Then, he untied the cylinder from the leg of the invisible falcons and poured out the wax pills inside. He crushed them casually. Then, he opened his hand and said with a smile, "Go on." The 5 invisible falcons looked at him strangely. They were probably wondering, is this person sick in the head? He actually didn't do anything after catching us. Then, they tilted their heads neatly and flew out. Not long after, they disappeared between heaven and earth. Yu Lingshues smiled with his hands behind his back. Feeling the tranquility in the distance, he said softly, "Tonight is the moment when heaven and earth shatter again." He reached out and looked at his fair fingers. He said softly, "This pair of hands is going to be stained with blood again." 10, 10, 10, 10, 3, 2, 1. As Chu Yang bent down his 10 fingers one by one, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Luo Kadi, Ao Sheyon, Xiedanqiong, Rui Budong, Imo Tianji, Imo Lei and Imo Qingwu attacked together. At the same time, streams of powerful energy seeped into the ground from all directions. Gradually, they began to spiral into the ground like a spider web. It should have been Imo Tianji who gave the orders, but Imo Tianji was determined to give this right to Chu Yang. Imo Tianji's reason was very simple. One group. There could only be one core. Only when you clearly tell me to take command will I be able to take command. But before that, they could only revolve around the core. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't work. When Chu Yang counted to 1, the moment he paused, the power of the 10 people erupted at the same time. There was a loud bang. The entire Yang clan compound in Aspen Valley, including the foundation and the surrounding soil slopes, as well as the flowers and trees, exploded. They flew up into the sky as if riding on the clouds. After the commotion and the great battle earlier, everyone believed that the purple crystal mine was the real core, the battlefield. Therefore, all the supporting personnel had already gone there. Besides, although Xiao Qinlei didn't believe in Mo Tianji's 3 days later, he definitely didn't expect that they could launch such a thunderous attack right after a great battle with a low-grade supreme martial artist tonight. No matter what, their injuries couldn't be healed in a short period of time. Although Xiao Qinlei also knew about the miraculous effects of the heavy pill, he definitely didn't expect it to be able to heal injuries like broken bones completely in an instant. Any miraculous elixir, even the legendary immortal elixirs, would require a period of time to recover. However, the incomplete version of the heavy pill had such a heaven-defying effect. A series of panicked screams rang out from the room that was still intact, and then it flew up thousands of feet into the air. Chu Yang's expression was calm as he shouted, "Go!" With a sword in hand, thousands of cold rays of light burst out in an instant. His whole person rushed out like a colorful and bright light pillar, but in an instant, he became one with the sword. Then, as he rushed forward, the sword swinging wildly, one ray of cold light pierced 10,000 feet. What harm was there in slaughtering the whole world? He used it all the way to who controls the power of life and death. When the 5 fingers close, the sky is about to fall. When the tribulation is scattered, the wind and clouds gather. Blood is as black as ink outside the sky. The tribulation sword technique, and at the same time, he used the first section to the second section with all his might. The sword intent was activated at the same time. In an instant, wind and thunder surged between heaven and earth. The bright sword light seemed to cover up the sky, the moon, and the stars together. It illuminated the whole world at the same time. From another position, Gu Duxing rushed out as one with the sword, like a cold and sharp shooting star in the sky, alone and stubbornly shooting across the sky. Dong Wushang's dark saber was like the falling sky, and the saber light was like the Milky Way falling from the sky, rushing over vigorously. Wherever it passed, the mighty aura caused countless trees to fly out neatly. Recommend a new book, Black Earth's Flickering Fistlight. Brothers who like Eastern fantasy can go and take a look. Announce a piece of good news. Our Proud World Star Dream Qingwu group has opened a group. The group number is 2939898837. This is the first ordinary book group in the Proud World. If you have an account, you can vote for a recommendation. Open a QQ account in the Proud World Heavenly Realm Book Review section, and you can enter after confirming your account. Brothers and sisters are welcome to come. From now on, we will bear the storm of Proud World together. We will bear the glory and disgrace of Proud World together. Chapter 1407. Ao Sheyun roared and flew into the air. His sword light swayed like a golden dragon soaring into the sky. With a flash of golden light, he charged toward the building in midair. Rue Batong let out a clear cry and rose into the air. Scorching flames suddenly appeared all over his body, burning the air wherever he passed. He flew all the way, leaving behind a shattered space behind him. Xie Danxiong leaped into the air. In an instant, he saw a long vine extending endlessly in the air. At the end of the vine, a flower bud slowly expanded in the wind. Smart kids remember Network's super fast hands. Could imagine that the moment he charged into the target in midair was the moment the viburnum flower bloomed beautifully and exploded. Luo Kadi charged forward like a pack of wolves. With a loud howl, he flew out from another direction. Imo Qingwu's red dress danced like a fairy dancing in the sky. In the infinitely beautiful land, her delicate body shot into the air. Qingwu Dream Saber transformed into a dreamland in the sky. Imo lay or moved lightly and merged into the void, disappearing without a trace. The last one was of course Imo Tianji. Imo Tianji rose into the air but didn't participate in this slaughter. Instead, he stood high in midair, calmly looking at the spectacular scene in front of him. At the front, sword light shone like the sun in the sky, radiating with an aura that could destroy everything. That was the Tribulation Sword Master, Chu Yang. Then, although the few brothers charged from different positions, they naturally formed a line. Just like a sword. A long sword that cut open the entire night sky was galloping in midair. The tip of the sword, Gu Duxing. A cold light shone, cold and lonely, with a sharpness that could pierce through everything, cold and arrogant as it rushed forward. On the left, Dong Wushang was like the tip of the sword, mighty and powerful. On the right, Ao Sheyun was just like the tip of the sword, with the aura of a golden dragon, moving freely, unstoppable. And Xie Danxiong alone formed the body of the sword, in the center. Luo Kadi and Rue Batong were like the guards on both sides of the sword hilt. Imo Qingwu's red dress fluttered. Her dance shocked the heavens. In the mighty torrent, she swayed and followed resolutely. The entire sword became a torrent that wreaked havoc in the world, rushing past. And the last one to hold down the fort was Imo Tianji, who was currently motionless. Imo Tianji stood there quietly, looking at the spectacular scene before him. Tears welled up in his eyes. Not long ago, he and his brothers were still fighting and scheming against each other in the three heavens. In that world, an emperor-level expert could dominate a clan. He thought he could summon the wind and summon the rain. He looked at the world with cold eyes, but did not know how big the world was. Right now, however, they had already formed a torrent that could change the heavens. At this moment, Imo Tianji suddenly had a clear feeling. When his brothers rushed out majestically, he was suddenly filled with lofty sentiments. It was as if a new era had arrived. Brothers of tribulation, gather in green sky. The sword master of heaven and earth, destroying everything in its path. In the layered heavens, a storm was brewing. The heroes of the world, who can compete with him? Imo Tianji's body trembled with excitement. He could clearly feel that his fate was in his hands. The world was in his hands. The mighty winds and clouds were in his hands. This was the Calamity Sword. This was the Calamity Sword Master. This was the tribulation. I'm right there. Not just Imo Tianji. At this moment, not just Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, or even GMO who was lying in the purple crystal mine. At the same time, he had such a clear feeling. Dominating the world. I'm the only tribulation. I'm right there. With a thunderous roar, Chu Yang rushed into the building that originally belonged to the Yang clan with his blood boiling. He rushed in from a height of 1,000 feet. The devastating sword light was like a bomb at this moment, shooting in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything was turned into powder in an instant. Even the flowers, trees, grains, livestock, and even human bodies. Everything was turned into powder. Chu Yang's sword aura continued to blossom, rushing straight in, never turning back, never turning. Just like that, he rushed into the void on the other side. Then, Gu Duxing, this cold and arrogant lonely swordsman, unleashed the most powerful sword attack in his life at this moment, charging in fiercely from a diagonal direction. Everywhere it passed, everything was penetrated and exploded in mid-air. Dong Wushang's roar shook the wind and clouds. His dark saber was like a huge wave, mercilessly crushing everything. Everywhere it passed, it was as if a hurricane had passed through, leaving no survivors. Then, it was Ao Xieyun, Xiedanqiong, Luo Kadi, Rui Budong, Imo Qingwu whizzing past. After everyone passed through, they didn't need to turn around to be sure that the huge house that they had blasted into the sky, together with the thick land and the surrounding forests and hills, all turned into powder. Occasionally, someone might have screamed, but no one paid attention to it. In any case, this temporary base of the Shao clan was completely destroyed. Imo Layer, who was the last to attack, went invisible in mid-air first before attacking. When she reached the ground, she realized that she had rushed through a field of powder and actually didn't hit anything that was intact, not even a single thing the size of a fingernail. It was as if she had used all her strength and ran with all her might. That was all. She couldn't help but be amazed by the combat power of Chu Yang and the rest. These guys were really too abnormal. They didn't even leave anything for her. Depressed, Imo lay or turned around and ran, only to realize that she had fallen behind again. Everyone who had attacked in front had already turned into streams of light and ran back. Although Imo Qingwu was the last, she was still in front of her. With a whoosh, Chu Yang landed in front of Imo Tianji first. Then, with a whoosh, everyone landed one after another. Imo Tianji didn't make any comments at all. It was a matter that had already been completed. And as long as Imo Tianji didn't find any flaws, he definitely wouldn't make any conclusions. He just said hurriedly, "Are you tired? Can you continue to attack like that just now?" "Definitely no problem." Dong Wushang laughed heartily. All the brothers said the same thing one by one. "Very good." Imo Tianji quickly turned around and pointed. "Set up an ambush here. Get ready to ambush immediately. Quick." Chu Yang waved his hand. "Everyone, follow me." None of the brothers had any objections, and they all went down in a single file. In an instant, it was empty. Imo Tianji pointed with his right hand. "Du Xing, you are over there. Wushang and Lei are over there. Chu Yang and Qingwu over there. Ao Xieyun and Luo Kadi over there. Rui Butong, you are with me. Xiedanqiong, you are over there." At the position that Imo Tianji pointed out, everyone disappeared in an instant. Everyone, adjust to your best condition. If you see the enemy coming, you only need to repeat the attack just now and immediately return to your original position to gather. No one is allowed to continue fighting. Only one attack is allowed. Imo Tianji's voice was like a breeze. I'll say it again. Only one attack is allowed. Everyone nodded their heads and focused their attention. In less than a breath's time, after Imo Tianji's voice fell, 30 to 40 people flew over in exasperation from high up in the sky. Their leader had a horse-like face. The people at the Purple Crystal Mine had received the news. They immediately went back to help. This was really unexpected. They had just been attacked. Even the low-grade supreme martial artists were injured. They had just transferred a large number of men over. This side actually suffered a devastating blow right away. At this time, Xiao Qinlei was still circulating his energy to recover from his injuries. There were also 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists who had to look after the dragon and phoenix bones. They had no choice but to send these people over to see if they could still save a few of their own. After all, there were also 2 4th-grade supreme martial artists and 3 to 4 1st-grade and 2nd-grade supreme martial artists guarding this base camp. They couldn't possibly all be destroyed in one move, right? That was why Autark Horseface had hurried over in a flustered and nervous manner. The moment he turned the corner and saw the original location of the base camp, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. I'm going to kill all of you bastards." That manor actually no longer existed in One Piece. A brand new huge pit appeared on the ground. It was quiet all around, like a ghost town. Supreme martial artist Horseface was devastated. "My son, my grandson, I'm going to kill my way to the flat mountain ridge right away and flatten the Chu clan." I'm going to kill every single one of them. Ah. He rushed down crazily. The moment he rushed down, everyone followed behind, their eyes spitting fire. There was nothing in front of them, not even a single tree. It was really a flatland, therefore. The Shao clan experts were slightly relieved while on guard. They swooped down. Right at this moment, a ray of light suddenly soared into the sky, instantly spreading out into a sharp sword ray that spanned 1,000 feet. In almost a flash, it was right in front of them. A voice said, "One ray of cold light, 10,000 feet of light. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world?" Clang. A sword chime. All the sword supremacy swords chimed at the same time. Sword supremacy. The sword supremacy actually appeared again after exchanging blows with the second-grade supreme martial artist Xiao Qinlei. This matter shocked all the Shao clan experts immensely. Even the elder master had not recovered yet, but he had already recovered? By the time the voice rang out, that sword light had already smashed into the crowd tyrannically, meeting the sword light of the Shao family experts who had hurriedly stabbed out. A bright light that could almost blind the eyes of a person suddenly exploded, and at this moment, another sword chime appeared out of nowhere. A piercingly cold sword aura arrived. The Shao clan was instantly in chaos. Fuck. Why was there another sword supremacy? The sound of a saber rang out like a dragon's roar. Then, there was a clang, followed by a scream. Then, people rushed over from all directions, crisscrossing. The Shao clan had 38 experts, far more than Chu Yang and the rest. But at this moment, they were in a disadvantageous position. They felt as if there were enemies in front and behind them, trampling on them at the same time. As a second-grade supreme martial artist and the one with the highest cultivation in the Shao clan, Supreme Martial Artist Horseface immediately shouted, "Form the cylindrical formation. As long as we can withstand the first attack." Then, before he finished, a scream suddenly rang out. It was Chu Yang who had rushed over first. His sword aura shattered, and the sword in his hand instantly turned into powder. Then, Chu Yang charged past him. Supreme Martial Artist Horseface suddenly raised his body. Gu Duxing's sword arrived. Supreme Martial Artist Horseface shook his hands and slapped out furiously. Gu Duxing broke through the palm force and dashed right into the crowd. Then, Dong Wushang's saber slashed down without stopping. Supreme Martial Artist Horseface was broken through twice in a row. He almost couldn't stand steadily. With nowhere to hide, he channeled his energy and blocked with his huge palms. When Dong Wushang's saber landed, his arms were instantly shattered into 1,700 to 1,800 pieces. At this moment, Supreme Martial Artist Horseface's screams practically rushed straight to the heavens. But in front of him, Ao Xieyun and Luo Kadi's swords flew together, Xie Danqiong's viburnum flowers bloomed, and Mo Qingwu's red dress was like a dream as they came one after another. Chapter 1408. In front of the purple crystal mine, smoke and dust filled the air. Smart kids remember the world. Super fast hands shout. Qinlei looked at the corpses in front of him, his whole body trembling. That silent fury had already turned into a raging fire, almost burning himself to ashes. Just now, that damned group of evil thieves had ambushed his men right in front of his eyes. Out of the 17 supreme martial artists, 10 were killed by this attack. The only one left was also on the verge of death, covered in wounds all over. The other party's attack was like thunder and lightning, launched before anyone could react. Before anyone could react, it was already over. And it was this kind of surprise attack. They didn't give anyone a chance to counterattack or track them down at all. Once the attack was launched, no matter if it was real or not, they retreated immediately. This was the typical style of an assassin. Faced with such an enemy, even if Xiao Qinlei was furious, there was nothing he could do. The enemy didn't fight you head-on at all. Moreover, they were proficient in the art of concealment and concealment. Even if you had great cultivation, what could you do? There was nothing you could do. In the next 4 to 5 days, Mo Tianji commanded his brothers to launch surprise attacks again and again, frequently moving out. Attacks came from all directions, everywhere, and every time. They would leave as soon as they touched. They came and went without a trace. The worst result was 2 or 3 casualties. Of course, the most glorious result wasn't great either, only killing a dozen or so people and destroying some facilities. But in the face of such attacks, the Shao clan was already on the verge of collapse from the torture. Everyone was on tenterhooks, every one of them was jittery, as if there would be enemies charging up from behind at any time. The current situation is that we are outnumbered. If we fight them head-on, we are finished. So, when the enemy thinks that we will definitely attack, even if we have absolute confidence in winning, we can't move. If we fight them head-on, even if we win, it will be a loss. On the battlefield, we will do anything to kill the enemy. So, when they think that we won't attack, we will attack. And we will attack one after another. In a head-on battle, we can annihilate the enemy, but we will have to bear our own losses. 10 surprise attacks can also annihilate the enemy, but we can avoid our own losses. In that case, as long as there are no special circumstances, even if we have to attack 20 times, we will also avoid any losses. Therefore, in this battle, every time you go out to fight, you'll be able to do it. Everyone is not allowed to attack more than once. It's best if you only use one move. In a dark corner, Mo Tianji was patiently explaining the tactics this time. Therefore, everyone shouldn't think that this is a disgrace. And don't hold the pedantic idea of, I'm a righteous man, and I want to fight a decisive battle. Enemies on the battlefield. There is only life and death, victory and defeat. There is no righteous ruler, no despicable villain. At present, we have successfully attacked more than 30 times in the past 5 days, so the next attack will be more difficult. In the past 5 days, we've been attacked almost every day, so they must have taken precautions, so they're resting today. Mo Tianji gave the order to rest. The brothers felt as if they had been pardoned. The past few days have been really tormented. The Shao clan is nervous, but how can we not be nervous? In fact, we are even more tired than them. We are literally running for our lives. Now, this Mo Tianji who oppresses us like a tyrant has finally found his conscience. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Dong Wushang and Mo Lei Er accompanied them. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. The others were all chatting idly. Mo Tianji, who had not participated in the battle all this while, began to do the hard work. First, he used his essence power to dig a hole, silently creating a place to rest underground. Then, he used purple crystals to set up a formation on the surface, creating a natural formation for the brothers to enter. Then, Mo Tianji said, "Sleep at ease and snore at ease. With this formation, no one can hear you even if you flip the sky." After that, loud snoring sounds could be heard. When Mo Tianji saw Mo Qingwu sneakily moving, then, she leaned on Chu Yang and closed her eyes to sleep. He couldn't help but sigh. Chu Yang was at a loss. He looked over curiously and met Mo Tianji's teeth-gritting expression. Instantly, he came to his senses and winked proudly. He reached out and hugged Mo Qingwu in his arms. With a smile on his face, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Mo Tianji's breath was stuck in his throat. They were relaxed and on vacation. All of them were sleeping soundly and soundly. However, how could the Shao clan be able to fall asleep? They were attacked for 5 consecutive days. Every day's time period was different. How could such a loss be described with the word tragic? On the first day, the other party came and fought a big battle with the Elder Master. They thought that after the battle, everyone would be seriously injured, and there wouldn't be any movement for the next 2 to 3 days. But in the end, the other party went and attacked the headquarters that very night. They kicked the entire headquarters into the sky. The attack this time was extremely vicious. The Shao clan could only eat what they had brought with them. Of course, the Shao clan was full of experts. They wouldn't starve to death. But at that time, everyone thought that the other party would stop for a while after accomplishing such a strategic goal. Who would have thought that after the other party attacked the headquarters, they would attack the reinforcements while they were taking a breather? This wasn't the end. The reinforcements finally retreated after suffering heavy casualties. Then, they were attacked a second time at the entrance of the Purple Crystal Mine. They were completely wiped out. On the first night, there were 4 attacks. Every one of them was unexpected. On the second night, The Shao clan searched for a day and a night, but didn't find anything. Just as night fell, the entire purple crystal mine was attacked by the other party. At that time, the sky had just turned dark. No one would have thought that the attack would be launched at that time. Wasn't it usually in the latter half of the night? So, they were in a complete mess again. Before they could reorganize, the other party actually launched a second attack from the original location of the attack. Xiao Chunlei was furious. He summoned his divine power and overturned the entire first-grade supreme martial artist in that area. But he didn't find anything. Then, the entire first half of the night passed. Finally, they judged that the enemy wouldn't come again. But when it was almost dawn, they attacked again. Then, the experts of the Shao clan almost broke down. The most shameless thing was that after dawn, it was followed by another attack, and followed by another attack. In a day's time, they were attacked 12 times. Every time they were attacked, the Shao clan would think, this should be the last time today, right? But it wasn't. And there was more. And it was a cycle that repeated over and over again. Every time it started in the blink of an eye, and then it was over before they could finish blinking. Finally, the experts of the Shao clan understood. This bunch of fellows were going to be tormented for the whole day. At this time, everyone was full of hatred, and even if they couldn't sleep, they had to be ready for a head-on clash. The other party stopped abruptly and didn't come again. So, that night, the experts of the Shao clan were so aggrieved and careful. And so, it went on until the fourth night. There was no movement. Everyone was so tired that they wanted to die. Just when they wanted to rest, the attack suddenly came again, and it was 3 times in a row. Everyone was guessing if it was going to continue for another 12 times. At that time, the other party suddenly stopped. They thought that the other party was going to attack when it was almost dawn. In the end, it didn't come. Seeing that the sun had already risen to the top of their heads, everyone started to rest for a while cursing. Who knew that it would come again at this time? And it was 4 or 5 times in a row. All in all, they couldn't figure out the other party's tactics. Xiao Chunlei had gone from anger to rage after being attacked countless times. Slowly, it turned into helplessness. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Think Tank Jie is indeed elusive. In the face of such intelligence and scheming, I can't do anything at all. I can only look for opportunities time and time again. But how can the other party give us a chance? Everyone sighed together. If it weren't for the dragon and phoenix bones here, the matter would be very serious. Xiao Chunlei had already led everyone back to the clan and didn't want to suffer such endless and brainless humiliation here. But these dragon and phoenix bones couldn't be transported away, nor could they be opened, nor could they be smashed, nor could they be moved. This made Xiao Chunlei feel helpless. If they left, they couldn't leave. If they fought, they couldn't hit. If they stayed, they would only be holding their breath between a rock and a hard place. This was the most torturous. Now, they had just suffered an attack. The Shao clan already understood. The other party would never stop. Every day, no matter what time it was, they would definitely attack. So everyone was on high alert. But half a day passed, and everyone was even more nervous. A day passed, and everyone became more and more nervous. When it was nighttime again, everyone was even more nervous. But all the way until noon of the 7th day, they still didn't come. Xiao Chunlei flew into a rage. Although the enemy didn't come, as time went by, the experts of the Shao clan became more and more nervous. Even Xiao Chunlei couldn't calm them down, because the other party could appear at any time. Xiao Chunlei looked at the more than 300 people in the mine, feeling rather sorrowful in his heart. When the Shao clan came, after discovering the dragon and phoenix bones, they immediately sent a message to the clan and mobilized a team of 700 people with cultivation of monarch level and above. Now, within a day, they lost 500 people. There wasn't a single monarch level expert left. Those below 7th grade martial saints were also wiped out. Among the remaining 300 people, there were still 100 or so who were pure miners. Of the remaining 200 or so experts, less than half of them were uninjured. Xiao Chunlei heaved a long sigh and said, "Withdraw all the guards at the periphery and gather at the place where the dragon and phoenix bones are. Firstly, it's to gather. Secondly, everyone can also rest. Thirdly, The dragon and phoenix bones can't be destroyed. With this here, the mountain can't be destroyed at all. We'll wait here for them to fight to the death. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and there was finally some hope in their eyes. Then, everyone followed the plan and entered in a single file. Of course, the seriously injured second Master G also withdrew injustifiably. Here, after 8 days of undercover work, Jimo saw the dragon and phoenix bones with his own eyes for the first time. World-defying 7 Heavens VIP subscription group 2826888522. There are still dozens of empty seats. Welcome everyone. G. World-defying ordinary book group 293989837. You can join if you have an account to reply to the post. Welcome everyone. G. Last night, I drank and vomited all night, and today, I've been feeling unwell. My legs are still floating. I'll continue to write. The second update should be very late. Chapter 1409. Until the next day, there was finally a new movement. The Shao clan experts who were hiding in the pit suddenly heard the roar of sword energy above them. They couldn't help but look at each other, somewhat gloating over their misfortune. Smart kids remember network's super fast hands, damn it. Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you missed this time, right? There's only a mountain outside. No one at all. You sneak attack? You'll die of exhaustion. Sure enough, after the other party wreaked havoc, they immediately retreated. Knowing that it was already useless to rush out when they heard the sound of the other party's attack, Xiao Qinlei sat still and didn't move. He just waited quietly. Little ones, I'm afraid you won't come. If you want to get the dragon and phoenix bones, you can only enter the mine. And once you enter the mine, the terrain won't be as vast as outside. Wanting to come and go like the wind and leave with a single strike was absolutely impossible. Besides, due to the existence of the dragon and phoenix bones, this place can't be damaged at all. So, as long as you dare to enter the mine, even if you're a tribulation, you can only become a corpse here. Xiao Qinlei's eyes burned with rage. Blood for blood. The blood of the Shao clan is not so easily spilled. The only thing that Xiao Qinlei was puzzled about now was, according to the time, the clan should have already received the invisible falcons he released during this period of time and should have already reacted. But there was no news even after so long? What was going on? Outside, Mo Tianji smiled and looked at the quiet mountain top, a rare, comfortable smile on his lips. They've indeed retreated inside. Chu Yang smiled. Tianji, your initial plan wasn't to annihilate them outside, right? Were you going to force these people into the mine right from the start? Mo Tianji smiled and nodded. Yes, there are too many of them. Once they're defeated, it's inevitable that some of them will escape desperately. In that case, we definitely won't be able to hunt them down one by one. Our secret, our identities will also be leaked. For us now, this is still something that we can't bear. So we force them step by step, forcing them to break down completely. The only way to come up with a foolproof plan is to hide in the mine. And inside, it's easy to defend and hard to attack. The place isn't big, and it's not suitable for us to attack. If we attack, it'll be the same as walking right into a trap. Therefore, this method is the best. Mo Tianji smiled confidently, and this old ancestor of the Shao clan does indeed have some brains. Chu Yang laughed out loud. But, you're right about one thing. Hiding inside is indeed the best way to deal with us so far. But, we can't go in. What should we do? Mo Tianji indifferently said. If I can think of a solution for them, then I can solve it. How do you break it? Chu Yang smiled mischievously. Of course it's you. Mo Tianji turned to look at him and said, You are the sword master. It was such a difficult task. I can only entrust it to you. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and forced a smile. I knew that you were thinking about my stock. Mo Tianji smiled and said, In this mine, the air will definitely be polluted, and there won't be much circulation inside. So, after forcing them into such a place, under normal circumstances, there are 3 ways to kill them. If Ao Xie Yun's Divine Dragon Secret Manual reaches a high level, we can pour in mysterious sky heavy water. This is the first way. If Rue Butong grows up, we can also use Nirvana Heavenly Fire to burn them to death. Of course, These two methods are not feasible now, so we can only use the third method, which is poison. Mo Tianji smiled strangely. I don't believe that you're guarding poison Dr. Wu Ju Cheng, and your sister is the successor of Poison Doctor. Wouldn't she give you, her brother, some self-defense? He blinked. Normal poisons can't kill supreme martial artists, of course. But Poison Dr. Wu Ju Cheng's shadowless poison is an exception as far as I know. Chu Yang forced a smile. She did give me quite a lot, but there's not much left now. I reckon that after using it this time, it'll be empty. Mo Tianji said heavily, I only care about what's in front of me, not the future. After he finished speaking, he suddenly smiled. Because you are the one to guide the future. I am only in charge of what to do when you guide the brothers to a certain place. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Gu Duxing reminded, Don't forget that GMO is still in the cave. Mo Tianji frowned and said, Before he entered the cave, he didn't leave the incomplete version of the heavy pill with you, right? Gu Duxing said, No. Only then did he realize. At the same time, he felt a little strange. GMO didn't leave the heavy pill with him, and after entering the cave, the Shao clan would definitely search him. Where would he leave the incomplete version of the heavy pill? Mo Tianji said, Since that's the case, he won't die. That's also the trump card that GMO dared to enter. A strange smile appeared on his face, and he said, after he entered, for the sake of authenticity, he would definitely be seriously injured. And his injuries couldn't be healed immediately, so he could only wait for a certain time to think of a way to take the incomplete version of the heavy pill, so as to act as a surprise attack. Therefore, that heavy pill would definitely be carried with him. Chu Yang felt a little strange about his expression, but after thinking for a while, his face also involuntarily revealed a creepy smile. Gu Duxing scratched his head, and still felt a little strange, he said, but how was he so sure that the people inside wouldn't search him? Mo Tianji said meaningfully, Of course they would search him. Then why did he hide the heavy pill? Gu Duxing couldn't understand. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji both let out a pft sound at the same time and couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the strange expressions of the two, Gu Duxing suddenly remembered that when GMO passed his sword to him, he used his hand to touch his own butt, and then his face revealed a kind of strange expression. When he thought of this, Gu Duxing suddenly understood something, and his face couldn't help but turn pale. His right hand also couldn't help but touch his own butt, and said in a trembling voice, Could it be? Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at his right hand that was touching his butt, and they both held back their laughter and nodded, giving him a "you're so smart" look. Ugh, Gu Duxing retched. He also almost threw up his food from last night. Looking at the sky with lifeless eyes, he muttered, What a genius! So strong. Then, Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing, and Rui Budong rushed into the mine. After a battle, the four of them escaped in a sorry state, cursing and swearing. Their entry and exit only took half a breath's time. But the four of them already had injuries on their bodies. Cheers came from inside. Luo Kadi cursed, Damn it, a bunch of cowards. Come out and fight if you have the guts. A voice inside chuckled and said, Come in if you have the guts. Luo Kadi was furious. Come out if you have the guts. Don't tell me you don't have the guts. The voice inside said, Come in if you have the guts. Don't tell me you don't have the guts. Second Master Luo was instantly enraged. He went to the entrance of the mine, put his hands on his hips, and instantly, a torrent of obscenities poured into the mine. The Shao clan experts inside were even more unwilling to be outdone. Coupled with their grievances, their cursing was no less than Luo Kudi's. Moreover, everyone cursed together. Second Master Luo obviously appeared to be alone, but the more he fought, the braver he became. He did not retreat a single step. His saliva splattered everywhere. In an instant, dozens of female relatives of the Shao clan's ancestors were implicated. Inside and outside the mine, curses were instantly heard. The viciousness and despicableness of their words made one's hair stand on end. While Luo Kudi was engaged in a battle of words with the crowd, Minister Chu had quietly entered several feet into the mine. Then, he activated the Titanic Divine Technique. He wrapped the invisible poison and the invisible poison, and went deep into the mine. Minister Chu was afraid that his poison would not kill, so he deliberately released all the stock that Chu Lu'er had given him. Even the most domineering innate poison floated down silently. It was very easy to apply poison upwards or to the left and right. After all, this poison was colorless and odorless, and it was very light. It could float up without any force. However, to go down, one had to use one's essence force to wrap it up and drop it straight down. How could ordinary essence force hide from a supreme martial artist? Not to mention that there was a second-grade supreme martial artist. Therefore, Chu Yang had no choice but to use the Chongtian divine technique directly to do this. He borrowed most of the sword spirit's power before he separated out a strand of primordial real silk. It turned into dozens of bubbles, wrapped in thick poisonous fog, and went down silently. If Wu Jueqing or Chu Lu'er were here and saw that this guy was actually using such a strange poison, it was hard to say what Chu Lu'er would do, but Wu Jueqing would definitely be so angry that he would pass out. Which of these poisons was easy to refine? Which of them was not a treasure in the world? What Chu Yang had, against the same number of experts, Wu Jueqing could use them at least 10 times, and the effect would be the same every time. But in Chu Yang's hands, he could barely use them once, and the effect was not as good as Wu Jueqing's 10 times each time. It was practically a reckless waste of resources. Ao Sheyan rubbed his chin. Watching Chu Yang in action, he murmured softly, "I remember when I was young, I used to catch mountain rats. This was how I did it. First, I made sure they were in the cave. Then I blocked all the entrances, leaving only one, and filled it with smoke or water." Mo Tianji said dispassionately, "That's right." Therefore, in their eyes, this kind of strategy was foolproof because the terrain was good, but there was only one thing that was lacking: a way out. Therefore, no matter when, no matter how bad the environment, one must leave a way out for oneself. No matter what kind of flawless environment or strategy, as long as it exists in this world, there must be a way to break it. In this world, there is absolutely nothing perfect. Absolutely, absolutely not. Mo Tianji had spoken the last few words word by word. Gu Duxing, Ao Sheyun, and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They silently remembered it. Rue Budong asked, "What if they want to break our poison attack? What can they do?" Mo Tianji faintly smiled. "The best way is to rush out. But they have already been forced inside by us. They think that they are safe. So, they won't come out even if they die. They are still waiting for us to throw away our lives. So, how can they come out?" Chapter 14:10. Rue Budong took a deep breath and said, "In that case, aren't they just waiting for death?" "Not necessarily." Mo Tianji smiled and said, "If I, Diwu Qingro, or even those outstanding people from the Zhuge clan were in there, we would still have a way to resolve it. And there are several ways to avoid it, but they are not what they can think of at the moment. Therefore, for the people inside now, there is no solution to this plan. They can only resist it with their cultivation, and that's after they discover the poison." He smiled lightly and said, "Of course. The second-grade supreme martial artist Xiao Qinlei inside probably won't die, and whether it works on him or not is still uncertain. So we must not be careless." At this moment, Chu Yang had already released all the stock. He came back quietly and lightly. With a smile, he said, "Let's wait." Mo Tianji chuckled. "We have plenty of patience." Everyone looked at each other and smiled. With a strange look on his face, Chu Yang said lightly, "It has already been more than a month since we left the Lan clan. During this time, I don't know how anxious Diwu Qingru must be." Mo Tianji's expression also became strange. He held back his laughter and said, "I think Diwu Qingru must be having a hard time. Even if it were me, it would also be very hard, very hard. I'm afraid it's not just hard. It's also very frustrating, very puzzling, very perturbed and in a dilemma." Chu Yang laughed loudly. Mo Tianji also couldn't help but smile. On the side, Gu Duxing, the sword supremacy, was not as cunning as these two schemers. He stared blankly and didn't know what was going on. He totally didn't know what these two guys, one more sinister than the other, were laughing about. On the other side, Luo Kadi's words flowed like a river. He was scolding in high spirits. The counterattacks inside were also as fierce as ever. At this moment, the battle between supreme martial artists had actually become a quarrel. In the cave, GMO was so anxious that he opened and closed his mouth, wishing he could join in. What a pity. He actually couldn't join in such an exciting quarrel and let Luo Kadi, this fool, take the lead. He was in the limelight. It was really too depressing. If I go out, I can at least give the Shao clan a few more dog ants. Shao Qinlei sat in front of the dragon and phoenix bones. He frowned and pondered. In front of him, the giant skeletons of the golden dragon and the giant skeletons of the colorful phoenix stood quietly. They were entangled together. The soil and stones in all directions had been cleared away. However, he couldn't move the ground beneath his feet. It was as if the dragon and phoenix were connected to the earth. If they wanted to move, they would have to move the entire sky layer world. A peculiar aura made Shao Qinlei, a mid-grade supreme martial artist, unable to move the skeletons of the dragon and phoenix at all. Furthermore, even if he used all his strength, he still wouldn't be able to destroy it. This made Shao Qinlei extremely depressed. His ears were filled with endless curses. Shao Qinlei turned a deaf ear to him. The only thing they could do now was to drag it out with the other party. Let's see who loses their cool first. Either he would rush out, or the other party would rush in. But Shao Qinlei was very confident. What was this? He himself often went into seclusion for decades. How could these little fellows dream of using time tactics? He was simply too naive. Time ticked by. The other party still didn't rush in, and the people inside didn't panic. It was so safe here. Seeing that it was already afternoon, suddenly, a mid-grade martial saint expert who was cursing suddenly swayed and murmured, "Strange, why do I feel a little dizzy?" Someone beside him said, "He must have used too much strength and shouted too loudly, causing his brain to lack oxygen." That martial saint expert frowned and held his forehead. He said, "Something's wrong. My legs are weak too. My eyes are blurry bad. My tongue is also." Then, before he could finish, he fell to the ground with a thud. His body twitched and his right leg kicked the ground weakly. Then, his eyes widened and he died. The first-grade supreme martial artist beside him widened his eyes. What's going on? Why did he suddenly? He reached out and touched it. Then, he jumped up at once, his eyes popping out of their sockets. Fuck. How did he die? But he didn't notice that with this stare, his eyes didn't just seem to pop out of their sockets, but actually popped out of their sockets, just hanging in their sockets like that. And he didn't even realize it himself. He turned around and shouted, Look, look, this bastard actually died for no reason." Then, everyone turned around and took a look at him. They all gasped in unison. "You. Another supreme martial artist pointed at him. "You. Your eyes," that supreme martial artist shouted in disbelief. "How would I know what's going on? He was still talking to me nicely just now." As he said this, he suddenly opened his mouth wide in horror and hissed, "Who's talking to me? Why can't I see anything?" As he said this, his tongue also suddenly stopped moving. Then, he stood there in a daze. After a while, he sat down on the ground. When he lowered his head suddenly rolled down from his neck. The bones inside had already rotted. All the supreme martial artists of the Shao clan were in an uproar. What's going on? A fifth-grade supreme martial artist couldn't suppress the fear in his heart and shouted, "Don't panic. What's going on? Even if he's dead, he shouldn't have rotted so quickly. That's right. Is there a ghost here? Ghost your head. Don't scare us. I also feel that something's not right." Finally, the panic reached its peak. Everyone shouted and scattered. Some fell to the ground as soon as they moved, and some ran 2 steps before their legs suddenly spasmed and they fell to the ground. In just 10 minutes, 40 to 50 people had already fallen to the ground. They breathed their last and died. Such a phenomenon made Shao Qinlei, who had just picked up a cup of tea, choke on the tea in his throat and out of his nostrils. He was dumbfounded. He suddenly remembered a very absurd thing. When he went out to play when he was a child, he saw someone building a house by hammering clay. After the clay was hammered, it needed to be dried in rows on the ground. Then, He walked over and lightly kicked the clay at the back, and saw a whole row of them fall down. Then he suddenly exclaimed, "Invisible poison! Invisible poison! Hold your breath!" But in just a short while, another 100 people had fallen. Xiao Qinlei held his breath and waved his sleeves. A hurricane suddenly appeared and spun fiercely. The corpses on the ground, together with the air in the whole space, were swept away by his internal force. These corpses. Who knew if the poison would spread from these corpses again? Then he shouted in shock and anger, "Despicable and shameless villain! If you have the guts, come and fight with me face to face. Always using these dirty tricks, aren't you afraid of tarnishing Tribulation's reputation?" After the corpses were thrown out, there were actually only 20-odd 5th-grade Supreme Martial Artists, a dozen 2nd-grade Supreme Martial Artists, 5 7th-grade Supreme Martial Artists, and 1 8th-grade Supreme Martial Artist left besides Xiao Qinlei. The rest, they actually all died an unnatural death. Even the remaining people had a look of horror on their faces. They kept running their energy to check themselves, to see if the other party was poisoned. It was too scary. This kind of poison could actually silently destroy more than 100 experts, including Supreme Martial Artists. In the midst of panic, suddenly, a 2nd-grade Supreme Martial Artist shouted, You! Strange expressions appeared on the faces of the 20-odd 5th-grade Supreme Martial Artists. Slowly, their eyeballs bulged out of their eye sockets. This time, everyone was really scared to tears. Even someone as powerful as a 5th-grade Supreme Martial Artist couldn't escape. With a roar of despair, a 5th-grade Supreme Martial Artist shouted in grief and indignation, "We're dead for sure anyway. Let's rush out and find them to self-destruct." As he spoke, he rose up. 20-odd 5th-grade Supreme Martial Artists responded at the same time. One after another, they rose up, but fell down again in mid-air. When they fell to the ground, they had already turned into a pile of minced meat. But the 5th-grade Supreme Martial Artist who jumped up first suddenly exploded in the air above everyone, turning into minced meat all over the sky, falling down like rain. Everyone, including Xiao Qinlei, was ashen-faced. Everyone could almost hear the sound of their own heartbeats. Then, Xiao Qinlei discovered in horror that even the dozen 2nd-grade Supreme Martial Artists also showed symptoms of the poison. For a moment, he couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. Outside, Chu Yang and the others were closely observing the situation. Suddenly, they heard a loud whistle. Then, a tornado rushed out of the mine. It wrapped up so many bodies and scattered them far away like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. They were all corpses. The poison has already taken effect. Rue Budong's eyes were the sharpest. He said, "There are more than 100 corpses here. Looks like their strength has already been pretty much depleted." Emo Tianji frowned and said, "Don't be impatient. As long as they don't come out, we definitely can't go in." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "Yes, if we fight head-on now, every one of them will fight with their lives on the line." Emo Tianji waved and said, "Hide first. Don't give them any targets to attack." With a whoosh, everyone disappeared without a trace. As soon as they disappeared, roars of grief and indignation and the sound of explosions could be heard coming from the mine. In the mine, looking at the corpses of the 2nd-grade Supreme Martial Artists on the ground, Xiao Qinlei felt cold all over. This poison was so terrifying. There were only 5 7th-grade Supreme Martial Artists and 1 8th-grade Supreme Martial Artist by his side. Other than that, there was only GMO who was lying motionless. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The 7 of them all mobilized all their cultivation at the same time, energy flowing through their bodies. It was only until now that, except for Xiao Qinlei, the rest also realized that there was a fatal poison spreading in their bodies at a rapid speed. It couldn't be stopped. At present, they could only use a mouthful of innate vital energy to hold it in, but it could only slow down the speed slightly and couldn't force it out. The 7 of them looked at each other, their faces full of grief. The second shift today would be a little late, and they had to go out for dinner at night. But no matter how late it was, it would happen. RQ. Chapter 1411. In the mine, there was silence. Smart Kids Remember Network super fast hands suddenly. 5 7th-grade supreme martial artists and an 8th-grade supreme martial artist turned to look at Xiao Qinlei at the same time. Their gazes complicated. Then, they knelt down stiffly at the same time. Xiao Qinlei shuddered all over. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Elder Master. They knelt and didn't move. The 8th-grade supreme martial artist raised his head and said with some difficulty, "Today's battle in Aspen Valley is already impossible. The bones of the dragon and phoenix. It seems that our Xiao clan can only give up." Xiao Qinlei looked up at the sky and heaved a long sigh. How could he not know this? Today, they had already suffered a crushing defeat. It was only now that he finally understood all of the other party's sinister methods. The other party had clearly planned to force them into the mine from the beginning and then kill them in one fell swoop. The other party showed up first and revealed Tribulation's identity to attract him into a fierce battle. Firstly, it was to intimidate and attract his attention. Secondly, it was also to numb him. Then, they began to attack continuously from the outside in and kill him continuously. They used such despicable means to arouse his anger, making him and his people want to take revenge even at the cost of their lives. Yet, they couldn't do anything about it. The only way was to wait at ease and hide in front of the bones of the dragon and phoenix. However, this was to successfully fall into the other party's most vicious trap, poisoning in such a close to a sealed place. From the beginning, they had been led by the nose by the other party. From beginning to end, they had never gotten rid of it, not even for a moment. Now, if he still wanted to preserve the bones of the dragon and phoenix, then the only way was to die here too. Xiao Qinlei now believed infinitely that although the other party's strength was far inferior to his, as long as he didn't leave, he would die in the other party's hands sooner or later. There was no doubt about this. Elder Master, we are already thousands of years old. The 8th-grade supreme martial artist smiled faintly. At the juncture of life and death. Instead, he was free and easy. In these thousands of years, we have enjoyed everything that should have been enjoyed. Everything that shouldn't have been enjoyed. We have enjoyed it too. Everyone's subordinates are full of blood debts. Everyone's lives are no less than 1,000,000 in their hands. We have also been chivalrous. We have also been tyrannical. We have also massacred cities in anger. We have also exterminated clans. We have also snatched beauties and had no descendants. We've done good things, but we've done even more bad things. Today, it's time for us to repay our debt. It's worth it. Wealth, we've all taken it by force, and each of us is as rich as a country. Everyone has enjoyed at least tens of thousands of beauties. At this point in life, I have no regrets. Therefore, regarding today's results, I'm very disappointed. We've already prepared for this. This was how the pugilistic world worked. You'll have to pay for what you did sooner or later. Today's battle. The few of us have already been poisoned. Our only hope lies in Elder Master. That 8th-grade supreme martial artist knelt on the ground and said in a low voice, "But this Jiang Yi is not dead yet. On his body, perhaps there is still hope for our Xiao clan. As long as we can force out his secret, we can obtain the legendary treasure that is not inferior to the bones of the dragon and phoenix." Xiao Qinlei took a deep breath, unable to utter a single word. The few of us are going to die anyway. This time, when we go out, we have to stop them with our lives. Old ancestor, do your best to bring this Jiang Yi out. Please don't stay here. Don't think about taking revenge for us. Immediately return to the family. That way, even if the few of us die, we can still smile. After all, we have some value. The 8th-grade supreme martial artist smiled. We didn't die in vain. Immediately, in order to dispel Xiao Qinlei's last concerns, the 8th-grade supreme martial artist said, "Elder Master has grade gang energy to protect his body. He's not poisoned. This we can see. It's just that we're useless. We can't cultivate grade gang energy." Xiao Qinlei's body started to tremble, and his eyes turned red. The 8th-grade supreme martial artist's eyes also turned red. The other 7th-grade supreme martial artists knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling, but their faces were still full of determination. After he finished speaking, the 8th-grade supreme martial artist kowtowed hard on the ground. Then, He stood up abruptly and strode out, shouting, "Follow me out. Even if we're going to die, let's die with more momentum. Lastly, don't let the enemy know that Elder Master has left." The other 5 people responded and stood up at the same time, walking out. Their footsteps were trembling at first, but the more they walked, the more determined they became. After taking 3 steps, there was no turning back. Xiao Chunlei's expression hesitated for a moment, and then it turned into determination. He was also a ruthless and decisive person. He knew that these experts were already poisoned. Even if they didn't go out to fight, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive. A decision like this was the best decision. He lowered his head, and 2 drops of tears fell to the ground. Then, he got up abruptly and walked towards GMO. GMO lay there, unable to move. He said in panic, Elder, what happened?" Xiao Chunlei stood quietly in front of him, listening to the robes of the Shao clan's experts fluttering behind him. They had already rushed out of the mine pit like a hurricane, but he didn't even turn his head back. He just looked at GMO with cold eyes. After a long time, he murmured, "Jiangyi, I hope those words of yours are not lies." GMO said fearfully, "Elder Master, what are you saying? How would I dare?" Xiao Chunlei's eyes flashed with a cold light, low and repressed. "Let me ask you. Everyone is poisoned by the shadowless poison. But you? Why aren't you poisoned?" GMO felt extremely wronged. He shouted, "Elder, after being transformed by that purple crystal soul of holy crystal, my body is already impervious to all poisons." Xiao Chunlei's eyes focused and he stared at him. Then, he raised his right hand and swore with sincerity, "If this junior hadn't been injured, I would have already rushed out to fight with my brothers. I would have lived and died together with them. I would have died together with them. I would have died together with them. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. If there is a single word that I say, I am willing to be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Jimo's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart, but the brothers he mentioned were not the Shao clan brothers. But how would Xiao Chunlei know this? Seeing that he said so sincerely, his eyes couldn't help but soften a little. He said lightly, "It's rare for you to have such intentions." Then, his eyes focused. "You can already move your right hand?" GMO didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Elder, my right hand is the only one with the lightest injury. I can move it on the same day." Xiao Chunlei thought about it carefully. It was indeed so. He couldn't help but relax. He said, "Jiangyi, this old man hopes that your soul of the purple crystal and holy crystal really exists." GMO said solemnly, "Don't worry, Elder. I know that my family is ruined and my family members are dead. Using my family's name as a guarantee is no longer enough to earn your trust. But I am willing to guarantee with my own integrity. There is absolutely not a single word of falsehood." If Luokidi or Rue Budong and the others heard Jimo's guarantee with his own integrity, they would definitely spit on his face. "You don't speak a single word of truth every day, and what integrity do you have? You actually dare to guarantee with your own integrity? Who would believe your words? Definitely an idiot." But how would Xiao Chunlei know about this? Even more so, he wouldn't know how slippery this sincere Jiang Yi in front of him was. The number of times he had spoken the truth in his life could be counted on one hand. Hearing that, he nodded very comfortingly. "All right." He took a step forward and lifted GMO up, clamping him under his ribs. GMO let out a scream, almost fainting from the pain. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. "Elder, gently, gently." The broken bones in his body were completely dislocated in several places by this hug. Xiao Chunlei's eyes flashed, and he was finally completely relieved. He said, "Don't speak. I will bring you out." But he also changed GMO into a more comfortable position. He carried him on his shoulders. Although it was still more uncomfortable, it was better than clamping him just now. It was already a lot more preferential treatment. GMO seemed to be in so much pain that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. With a stifled scream, a right hand touched his own buttocks. He moaned softly, "Oh my God." It was so painful that I almost squeezed out all my grains. That was close. Xiao Chunlei snorted coldly. Hearing that the silence outside had turned into the sound of an intense battle, he exerted force in his legs and suddenly shot up. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed out of the cave. He actually didn't even take a second look at the bones of the dragon and phoenix that he was destined to miss in the cave. It could be said that he was able to take things and let them go. Outside, this supreme martial artist rushed out like a madman. What followed was a carpet bombing. But after a round of attacks, he realized that he didn't hit anything. He became even more furious and shouted, "Coward! Show yourself if you have the guts." There was silence all around. The man continued to curse. However, no one responded in the end. Everyone could feel the poison in their bodies growing stronger and stronger. Gradually, they could no longer suppress it and slowly went berserk. Everyone worked together as one and simply headed east. Along the way, they slaughtered their way over with earth-shattering momentum. Regardless of whether there was anyone there or not, he used all his strength anyway. He cut down everything he saw and destroyed everything he saw. He rushed out with great momentum. Mo Tianji frowned. He said, "Did you find Xiao Qinlei?" The brothers said at the same time, "No." Mo Tianji frowned and said, "Luo Kadi, start the battle." Luo Kadi responded and scolded loudly, "That little bastard. I am here. Are you all fucking blind? Damn it, I just gave you medicine and it still can't cure your stupidity." This sentence was really adding fuel to the fire. He was attacking with the idea of, killing one is enough, killing two is worth it. Hearing this, he flew into a rage and turned to attack. Luo Kadi flew and scolded, "Awu, if you guys can kill me." He flew as he spoke. Beside him, Xie Danxiong and the others appeared and shouted, "Kill these bastards." The eyes of this supreme martial artist of the Shao clan turned even redder. He gritted his teeth and rushed over without a word. Everyone's eyes were red. They didn't want their lives anymore. If they still couldn't kill someone, it would be a great loss. Seeing people rushing over, Luo Kadi and the others waited for them to catch up. Then, they shouted and disappeared. They searched with red eyes. At this moment, there was a whooshing sound, and a figure flew straight out of the mine like a meteor. He didn't even look at the battle and flew straight to the east. It was Xiao Qinlei. A few miles away, Yu Lingxue raised his eyebrows and murmured, "Is it finally my turn to make a move?" Xiao Qinlei was extremely fast. Chu Yang and the others couldn't stop him in time at all. Xiao Qinlei was already 10,000 feet high in the air. At this moment, GMO, who was on his shoulder, moaned and said, "Elder, I feel so uncomfortable." It seems like Xiao Qinlei was shocked. He asked, "What's wrong?" He hoped that nothing would happen to this last bit of leverage. He looked down, but he felt a chill in his heart. A dagger was stabbed into his heart, straight into his heart. GMO, on his shoulder, blinked and smiled at his raised head. "How about I kill you?" Chapter 14:12. GMO moved like lightning. The moment Xiao Qinlei turned his head, he used all his strength to stab the short sword into Xiao Qinlei's heart at such a close distance. The sword energy on the tip of the sword instantly exploded right in the middle of Xiao Qinlei's heart. His 5 viscera were all smashed into paste. He used so much strength that when the tip of the sword pierced through Xiao Qinlei's chest and came out of his back, it even stabbed Jimo's own thigh, almost stringing himself together with Xiao Qinlei. It was completely sudden and caught him off guard. "I'll kill you, okay?" Xiao Qinlei really felt as if he was struck by lightning at this moment. He only felt that his tragedy had reached the point of lawlessness and darkness. Seeing that only a small part of the shining dagger was exposed in his chest, he felt the icy cold sensation and extreme pain in his chest. Feeling the dagger piercing through his chest and coming out from his back, he was stunned for a moment. He was really stunned for a moment. Smart Kid remembers Network's super fast hands. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the fatal blow that belonged to him would actually be here. Even if there was a traitor among the few supreme martial artists left in the Shao clan to deal with him, he wouldn't be so surprised. This Jiang Yi, whose bones were all broken just a moment ago, could actually take the life of a low-grade supreme martial artist now. He completely couldn't understand when this guy recovered his body And when did he actually have a sword in his hand? This. Why was this? The moment GMO said that, he regretted it a little. Because he shouldn't have said that. He really shouldn't have said that. And it was extremely wrong. He should have turned around and fled immediately after stabbing the sword. The further the better, to avoid the near-death counterattack of this low-grade supreme martial artist that was about to come. GMO knew very well in his heart that the moment he said that, it was very likely that this low-grade supreme martial artist would counterattack and drag him down to hell together with him. And the other party could totally do it. Even if he continued to flee, he might not be able to escape the other party's attack. GMO was well aware of all this. He knew all the consequences. Even before he made his move, he had already decided to do this. Once he made his move, he would immediately flee. But humans were just so strange. Although he knew all these, although he had already decided. However, the moment his attack succeeded, he couldn't help but want to finish this sentence before he left. This was a very strange mentality. At this moment, GMO's sense of accomplishment was incomparable. He desperately wanted someone to share his joy and achievements with, so he couldn't control his smugness. After saying this, GMO's body shot up, and with a whoosh sound, he was already 100 feet away. With a flip of his body, he fled for his life, panicked like a stray dog, boundless like a fish that escaped the net. As he ran, he scolded himself. Cheap. You're despicable. You're so despicable. You said that you wouldn't be able to escape even if you wanted to, but you still want to show off. I'm so regretful. He did a flip, a roll, a somersault. Then, he realized that he couldn't move. At some point, Xiao Chunlei had already come up behind him. A hand pressed down on his shoulder, and the two of them stopped in midair. Then, GMO felt as if he had been spun around like a top. In an instant, his face was facing backward, and he came face to face with Xiao Chunlei's expressionless face. At this moment, GMO wanted to cry but had no tears. He was getting cocky. That dagger was still stuck in Xiao Chunlei's chest. There was a strange expression on Xiao Chunlei's face. He looked down at the dagger in his chest. He looked up. His eyes were calm and deep as he looked at GMO, the white beard on his chin trembling slightly. He asked softly, "How did you do it?" GMO only felt that under the other party's hand. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and he couldn't move at all. With his mouth open, he asked in horror, "Huh?" Xiao Chunlei frowned, as if he was considering a deep academic question instead of his own life and death. "I'm asking you, when did you recover? How did you recover? Who are you?" Xiao Chunlei's brows were furrowed, completely perplexed. I took the medicine when you just carried me on your shoulder." GMO's heart calmed down, and he slowly calmed down. The situation in front of him was already so bad that it actually stimulated a lawless spirit in him. A kind of reckless and extremely lazy spirit rushed up, and it actually calmed him down immediately. He no longer stuttered, his eyes no longer evaded, his body no longer trembled, and he was no longer afraid in his heart. He actually became bold and confident. He looked up, stared into Xiao Chunlei's eyes, and said, "Now that things have come to this, you also want to die with an explanation, don't you?" Xiao Chunlei said bleakly, "Nonsense. I've dominated all my life, and even a defeat is rare. Today, I was actually assassinated by an ant-like character like you. My primordial spirit shattered, and my spirit destroyed. If I don't get to the bottom of this, how can I rest in peace?" GMO laughed and said, "Even if you want to die with an explanation, I also want to die happily. I might as well tell you about it." Seeing that he was completely fearless, a hint of admiration rose in Xiao Chunlei's eyes. He said, "Although you're as strong as an ant, you're also a good man. It's not in vain to die in your hands. Go on, I'm all ears." GMO sneered, pointed to his nose and said, "Always an ant? Have you ever seen an ant as handsome as me? Damn it, so that I can let you die with an explanation. My name is GMO. I'm one of the current tribulations. I'm ranked second among the direct descendants of the clan, and third among the tribulations. Which one of them doesn't address me as Third Master G when they see me? Or Second Master G? I'm such a big figure, but in your eyes, I'm actually an ant? You must correct this statement. Otherwise, I won't say it. Xiao Qinlei's eyes were unmoved, neither happy nor angry. So it's third master Ji of the tribulations. This sentence was said very seriously. GMO agreed and said proudly, "It's good that you know it's third master. Seeing that you're about to die, I'll give you some pointers." Xiao Qinlei said lightly, "In that case, please speak clearly, third master." GMO became smug at once. He said, "This is what happened." As the two of them spoke, the sounds of fighting also rose and fell around them. Although the few supreme martial artists of the Shao clan had high cultivation, they were poisoned. Moreover, it was the innate poison and the shadowless poison. If they didn't circulate their energy, it would continue to spread, and they couldn't escape death, let alone circulate their energy vigorously to fight. It could be said that their cultivation was already less than 1% of what it was. Moreover, under Imo Tianji's calm command, the Tribulation Brothers killed the few of them very quickly and came here. Seeing that GMO was in Xiao Qinlei's hands, everyone was shocked. Xiao Qinlei's cultivation was peerless, and he was holding on to his last breath to nail himself and GMO in midair. In such an environment, it could be said that there was no way to save them at all. And before they could do anything, Xiao Qinlei could break GMO's neck before anyone could get there first. Chu Yang and Imo Tianji made hand gestures at the same time to tell the brothers not to exclaim out loud, lest they startle Xiao Qinlei and cause him to kill GMO on impulse. Then, Imo Tianji and Chu Yang quickly stood together. Both of their eyes had the same meaning. What should we do? At this time, the difference between the two became more and more apparent. Chu Yang's eyes were full of anxiety and concern, and there was also a kind of extreme heartache. But Imo Tianji's eyes were 30% concerned and 70% calm. "We can only wait." Imo Tianji transmitted his voice in a deep and low voice. "There's only one chance for us. That is when GMO has finished speaking and untied Xiao Qinlei's knot in his heart. And the hope is not on us, but in Yu Lingshue's hands. As long as Yu Lingxue can seize that opportunity, there's a certain chance that GMO will be fine. If he can't..." There was a faint sense of disappointment in Imo Tianji's voice. Chu Yang's heart twitched. Now, who knew where Yu Lingxue was? If he wasn't here, the consequences were simply unimaginable. At this moment, the same thought came to Chu Yang and Imo Tianji's minds at the same time. If the few of them could have Yu Lingxue's strength, why did it have to be like this? High up in the sky, Xiao Qinlei didn't even look at Chu Yang and the others on the ground. He just stared at GMO's lips without blinking, listening to every word he said. His chest and back were completely penetrated by the short sword. His internal organs were already smashed, but strangely, not a drop of blood flowed out. Standing in the air, he was still as steady as a mountain. So this is a trick. Xiao Qinlei's lips moved slightly, and he sighed softly. When he wasn't injured, he appeared a little irritable and also a little cold. But now that he knew that he was on the verge of death, he truly displayed the calm demeanor of a supreme martial artist. "Of course," GMO said proudly, "our forces are not as strong as yours. If we don't use a trick, should we seek your death?" Xiao Qinlei actually smiled slightly and said, "Then I already know that your medicine is the heavy pill. It's just that I'm very curious. Where did you hide your heavy pill?" GMO was stunned and tongue-tied. There was a hint of embarrassment on his face. He said angrily, "You already know. Why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry up and kill Third Master." But Xiao Qinlei didn't do anything. He just looked up and down at him. He actually didn't notice that a mere living person had a heavy pill hidden on him. This was too strange. Looking at GMO's crotch, he suddenly frowned, as if he thought of something. He actually choked and coughed. There was a look of ridicule and realization in his eyes. He said, "Could it be that you hid it there?" GMO said furiously, "I'm telling you, hurry up and kill me." Xiao Qinlei suddenly burst into laughter. He no longer controlled his injuries. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and the wound on his chest was bleeding from the front and back. But he didn't care. He laughed so hard that he was almost dying. He said, "So you hid it in your asteriskis? Brilliant, brilliant. Robbing people is indeed extraordinary. I admire you for being able to hide the heavy pill there, and even dig it out and eat it when you need it." Just this courage alone. I'm willing to do it. Even if I die, I'll die convinced. Because if it were me, I wouldn't be able to swallow it even if I die. Chapter 14:13. Xiao Chunlei laughed heartily in the sky, not caring about his own life and death. Smart Kids Remember Network super fast hands Jimo's face turned the color of a pig's liver in an instant. He was so ashamed that he wanted to hit the ground. Damn it, this truth was revealed in front of so many brothers. Third Master Ji felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. He roared furiously, Xiao Chunlei, you old bastard. Who told you to say it? I'll fight it out with you. You old bastard, let's go to the netherworld together today. Whether it's in the netherworld or in the world, we'll never rest until we're dead. Ah, this is so embarrassing. The few people below felt as if they were struck by lightning. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji also had strange expressions. They really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, why was he so conflicted? Jimo's ability to make people not know whether to laugh or cry was really at the peak of perfection. At the moment of life and death, he could still make people not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Chunlei laughed and said, I've been invincible all my life. Today, after being ambushed and killed, I can actually die so happily. Lord Swordmaster, it wasn't easy to gather all the brothers, was it? I'm sure this third Master Ji is also extremely important to you? His blade-like eyes turned downwards and locked onto Chu Yang. From the positions of the brothers and their respective attitudes, Xiao Chunlei could tell at a glance that Chu Yang was the real leading candidate. And if the leading candidate wasn't the Swordmaster, who was it? Chu Yang raised his head and said, Yes, my brothers are extremely important to me. They're irreplaceable. Xiao Chunlei laughed hoarsely and said, I'm definitely going to die today. However, as long as I move my hand, this robber can forget about living too. So, I want to make a deal with you, Lord Swordmaster. How about that? Chu Yang calmed down and asked, What deal? Xiao Chunlei took a deep breath, a look of nostalgia on his face. Back then, Big Brother and I laid the foundation of the Xiao clan. One stayed at home and the other expanded the territory, thus becoming the foundation of the Xiao clan for 10,000 years. Now that I think about it, it's like a dream. If I kill this person today, I can break the tribulation. However, if the Lord Swordmaster is willing to agree to one condition of mine, I can also spare his life. Xiao Chunlei said, although it was a sneak attack, but in the end, I died with a smile on my face. This life is already enough. What conditions? Chu Yang asked. Xiao Chunlei said indifferently, It's not a difficult condition. I only ask that Lord Swordmaster, when you unify the heaven after today, don't touch our Xiao clan. GMO shouted, Bullshit. My old brother has never been threatened by the enemy. Third Master Ji isn't that valuable. You think he's a rare commodity worth hoarding? Xiao Chunlei pointed, and GMO was rendered speechless at once. Chu Yang immediately said, I agree. At this moment, a clear voice said, Destroy the people under your command? Can you do it? Along with this voice, a moon-white figure suddenly rose slowly. Its speed was not fast, but it came to the sky and stood opposite Xiao Chunlei. Xiao Chunlei's countenance changed drastically. He said miserably, So it's Master Yu. The person who came was Yu Lingxue. Yu Lingxue hadn't fought for a long time. This time, he came out thinking that he could relax a little, but he didn't expect that after all the preparations were made, he didn't need to do anything. Even a low-grade supreme martial artist died in such a cowardly manner under these few little tricks. If it weren't for Xiao Chunlei's last trick, Yuling Primary School would almost be on a trip here. The moment Xiao Chunlei saw Yu Lingxue appear, he laughed bitterly and said miserably, Since Master Yu is here, then what other conditions do I have to talk about? Others didn't know, Chu Yang and the rest didn't know, but Xiao Chunlei himself knew. As long as Yu Lingxue was here, even if GMO was under his control now, he wasn't someone he could kill. As long as Yu Lingxue was willing, he could rescue GMO at any time. Since that was the case, he might as well be generous. Chuckling, he threw GMO out in the air and said with a wry smile, Tribulation is not dead, as expected. In such an environment, Master Yu actually appeared. Yu Lingshua's eyes were gentle. He said, Chunlei, do you have anything to say to your family? He was asking for his last words. Since Xiao Chunlei didn't fight like a cornered beast, but chose to give up immediately, even if Xiao Chunlei himself knew that it wouldn't work, he still gave Yu Lingxue face. Yu Lingxue naturally had to give the other party a corresponding respect. Xiao Chunlei was silent for a moment and said with a wry smile, no? As soon as these two words came out, everyone was stunned. He was definitely going to die, but he didn't intend to leave a few words for his family? Xiao Chunlei smiled bitterly. Now that things have come to this, it's already an irresistible trend. It's already a matter of life and death for each other. No matter what I say, it won't change anything. Everyone felt the same way. Yes, things had already come to this. Even if Xiao Chunlei's last words were for the family to give up the hatred, could they do it? Even if Chu Yang and the rest could agree, the Xiao clan would definitely not. But as long as the Xiao clan didn't give up, they would definitely be destroyed by tribulation. Chu Yang said softly, everyone's entangled grievances are already irreconcilable. However, although you didn't kill my brother today because of Master Yu, I still owe you a favor. What other wishes do you have? Xiao Chunlei smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't want to kill him, it's that I can't. As for wishes, I don't have any. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a tide, and there were also small pieces of his internal organs. Obviously, he had completely let go of his control over his body's injuries at this moment. His hands were behind his back, but his body had already begun to slide down from a height of 10,000 feet, slowly, inch by inch. No one knew what he was thinking about in his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly. Today you kill me, tomorrow you will also be killed by someone else. This is just a cycle. What hatred is there? Actually, this kind of life is really boring. It's so boring. After Xiao Chunlei said these last 5 words, his body fell straight down, and he actually didn't say another word. This person can be considered a man. At least, he can accept life and death. Dong Wushang sighed. Beside him, Gu Duxing nodded in agreement. He can accept it because Elder Yu is here. Mo Tianji snorted coldly. He himself knows that there's no hope. Even if he were to die, it would only add to the humiliation. That's why he can accept it. He looked at Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang with a sneer. If Elder Yu wasn't here, do you think he would be so open-minded? Both of them were flushed with embarrassment. Mo Tianji said, You heroes cherish heroes. This is a bad habit in your bones, and it can't be changed. However, I only hope that you can improve your strength as soon as possible. Just use your own cultivation to make the enemy open-minded, like today. That will be good enough. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were left looking at each other. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled. There are also heroes among the enemy, but they won't stop being enemies with us just because the other party is a hero. The two of them nodded. They were enlightened. At this moment, Third Master Ji had already recovered. His face and ears were red from Luo Kadi's questioning. Third Master Ji, may I ask how the heavy pill you ate today tasted? Jimo's face was red. He covered his face and was too ashamed to face anyone. Luo Kadi was full of vigor as he kept asking questions. Rue Budhong and the others were cheering at the side. The atmosphere of the battle just now was already gone. GMO was finally anxious from the questioning. Gritting his teeth, he said, Luo Kadi, just you wait. I've already found a solution to our problem. If you piss me off, I won't tell you even if I die. Luo Kadi was stunned. Suddenly, he let out a strange cry and pounced on him. Hugging him with both hands, he instantly started to flatter him. Third Brother Ji, Third Master Ji. Oh my good brother. I'll call you Great Master. GMO hugged his arms and snorted, looking up at the sky. Luo Kadi circled around him. He was burning with anxiety as he kept asking questions. Everyone ignored the two of them. Letting the two fool around, they turned and walked away. Only the sound of bargaining behind them could be heard. You still dare to expose me? I won't. Great Master, you're my dear Great Master. What were you doing just now? I was just a fart just now. You let me go as soon as your butt loosened. You still dare to mention my butt? Ah, great master, it's my fault. My legs are sore. Let me give you a massage. My body doesn't feel strong. Let me give you a massage, sigh. I miss Alba. I can replace her. No, no. I can't do anything about this. Hearing this, even Yu Lingxue, who was walking inside with the others, suddenly staggered. The brothers lowered their heads in shame and hurriedly left. Everyone had the same expression on their faces. I don't know these two. I really don't know them. After thanking Yu Lingxue said calmly, below should be the remains of the dragon and phoenix. These things are useful to you, but not to me. So, you can go down. I'll wait for you to come out before leaving. Chu Yang didn't stand on ceremony and said, okay. Also, bury these corpses. Even though they were enemies, each of them had a high status. It's inevitable that their corpses will be left in the wilderness after death. Yu Lingxue said. Chu Yang nodded. Everything was ready. Seeing that GMO and Luokadi were still looking at the sky and turning around, Chu Yang flew up and kicked each of them far away. Go in. What are you waiting for? Two miserable screams were heard as the two of them flew up into the air and fell into the mine. Mo Tianji and Chu Yang followed at the back. What are you going to do? Where should we start? Mo Tianji asked telepathically. We haven't sensed any news of the Calamity Sword yet. It should be suppressed below by the powerful aura of the dragon and phoenix bones. So, let's start with them first. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, all right. Mo Tianji nodded calmly. Both of them were somewhat excited. To the Yang clan, this was just a small purple crystal mine. To the Xiao clan, only the bones of the dragon and phoenix could be considered good stuff. But to Chu Yang and his brother Tribulation, this was a huge treasure. The dragon and phoenix bones could almost represent the inheritance of the dragon and phoenix races, the seventh fragment of the Calamity Sword. And there was also Chapter 14:14. At the first sight of the dragon and phoenix bones, the brothers all shuddered from the bottom of their hearts. Mighty. It was really too mighty. In front of them, a golden dragon came from afar. It was like a mountain range in front of them. His body was huge and majestic, causing everyone who saw him to have the urge to bow down and worship him. Smart Kids Remember Network's super fast hands. Chu Yang realized that when they stood in front of this huge dragon, they were actually not even the size of its toenails. This was a 5-clawed golden dragon. Its two hind legs were hidden deep under its body. Its third claw supported its whole body. Its upper body stood upright, and its huge dragon head was slightly tilted. It looked up at a certain place. Those dragon eyes were still open, filled with shock and fear, just like when it was alive. Its beard and eyebrows were neat. From head to toe, not even a single scale was damaged. It stood perfectly in front of everyone just like that. In front of this golden dragon, there was a 7-colored phoenix. Its feathers were bright, as if it was going to spit out flames. One of its front claws was stretched forward, touching the front legs of the golden dragon. Its beautiful and mighty head was tilted, with a kind of arrogance that looked down on all living things and a kind of holiness that was untainted by the heavens and earth. It was fixed just like that. Its whole body was also clean and tidy. This was due to the efforts of the Xiao clan during this period of time. They had removed all the rocks and soil, revealing the original appearance of this dragon and phoenix. It was spotless, but not even a single feather could be taken away. Chu Yang and the others had benefited for nothing. GMO reached out and gently grabbed a feather of the phoenix. He tried to pull it off, but he realized that even after using all his strength, he couldn't pull it off. His palm was actually hot, and then when he let go, it was actually scalded and blistered. Fuck. Third Master Ji said, this bird is really awesome. It's still so awesome even after death. Rue Budhong was furious. He stomped his feet in anger. You are the bird. How can you say that? This is a phoenix. GMO said angrily, a phoenix is not a bird? Rue Budhong straightened his neck. No, that's the king of birds. The king of birds is not a bird? Luokadi came up. Rue Budong was at a loss for words. Get lost. Ao Sheyan added insult to injury. What are you talking to a bird about? Seeing that these guys were about to fight, Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and said, Shut up. Who dares to cause trouble again? Everyone, let's attack together and beat him up. This sentence was really powerful. The few people who were quarreling instantly shut their mouths and kept quiet out of fear. He didn't even dare to let out a fart. If it were any other situation, beat him up for a lifetime would probably be a joke. However, everyone was a tribulation. Maybe they would be together forever. If Big Brother Chu really said, beat GMO up for a lifetime, in that case, GMO would probably be beaten for the rest of his life. GMO and the others were all smart people. How could he not see such a serious consequence? Immediately, all of them became well-behaved. Chu Yang turned to Mo Tianji and asked, Tianji, what do you think? Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, There are many records about dragons and phoenixes in the heaven-level continent. However, there has never been a record of a dragon and a phoenix getting along so well. Chu Yang nodded in deep agreement. He really didn't know what happened back then that could make this dragon and phoenix die hand in hand. Even if the world fell apart, it wouldn't have caused such an effect. It seemed this would definitely become an unsolvable mystery. GMO suddenly thought of something and said, Maybe this dragon and phoenix were husband and wife? Ao Sheun and Rue Budong scolded together. Shut up. Damn it. Can't you see that these two are both male? GMO immediately shut up. Luo Ku Di turned his head and muttered, Male is fine too. Before he finished speaking, he was beaten to the ground by Ao Sheun and Rue Budong. After a careful examination, Chu Yang finally said, No wonder the Shao clan can't move. When this dragon and phoenix died, their limbs were connected. After 100,000 years, the huge energy essence in their bodies has already merged into one. They can't be separated at all. Not to mention the Shao clan. Even if all the low-grade supreme martial artists in the heaven-level continent gathered here for 100,000 years, they would still be helpless. Mo Tianji said, The only way seems to take a very long time. Chu Yang shook his head and said, Not necessarily. The brothers didn't know what the two of them were talking about. All of them looked at the two of them in confusion. In Chu Yang's mind, the sword spirit was speaking. It can be done this way. Chu Yang was silent for a moment. Then, he said to everyone, Let's do this. Now, we basically have everyone. Let's sit in a circle according to the universe. Rue Budong and Ao Sheyan, the two of you sit here. While Mo Tianji was at a loss, Chu Yang, who was a layman in the field of array formations, commanded everyone to set up a small array formation here. The eye of the array actually used the soul of the purple crystal extravagantly. From Mo Tianji's perspective, this array was centered around Rue Budong and Ao Sheyan, followed by Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing, Xie Danxiang, himself, GMO, Luo Ku Di, Chu Yang, Mo Qingwu, and Mo Lei. It was a mysterious array that contained endless mysteries of heaven and earth. At the front, Rue Budong's and Ao Sheyun's palms were facing each other. Ao Sheyun's was on the golden dragon while Rue Budong's was on the phoenix. Then, Gu Duxing and the rest placed their hands on the person in front of them. Chu Yang was the third last. Mo Qingwu's hand was placed on Chu Yang's back while Mo Lei was last. Her right hand was on Mo Qingwu's back while her left hand was on Dong Wushang's back. This is the infinite universe spirit borrowing array. It can absorb massive amounts of spiritual energy in the shortest amount of time. Chu Yang explained, This is a domineering array. If it's just absorbing spiritual energy, then we can only set up the array and can't stop it. We'll definitely explode from the spiritual energy. But now, it's extracting the essence of the dragon and phoenix. Ao Sheun and Rue Budong have the bloodline of the dragon and phoenix to begin with. Therefore, when the essence of the dragon reaches the limit, there will be a short pause. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world will enter. And during that short pause, we'll wake up. Remove the array. Chu Yang said slowly. This was the most powerful spirit-gathering array in the sword spirit's mind. It could be said that, as long as the array was activated, It could gather all the spiritual energy of the entire continent here in the shortest amount of time. And this array, its original name was Gathering Spiritual Energy to Destroy the Heavens, Perish Together, and Return Together. It was originally created by an extraordinary person in the imperial court. That extraordinary person had a blood feud, but the enemy was powerful. He couldn't match up to them at all. Therefore, he specially created a set of array. He and this brother, a total of 7 people, activated the technique at the same time. Borrowing power from the Big Dipper in the sky, the 7 of them accelerated to 40 times the speed, gathering the spiritual energy of the world and increasing their cultivation, wanting to take revenge quickly. But he didn't expect that once this set of technique was activated, the acceleration wasn't 70, or 40 times, but tens of millions of times. At that time, the 7 of them were surrounded by the enemy on the mountain. However, after the cultivation method formation was activated, it actually gathered the spiritual energy of the heavenly imperial court in half a day. The 7 of them couldn't withstand such infusion. Their bodies exploded on the spot, and there was a violent explosion. That explosion had completely blasted the entire mountain above the heaven tower away, and none of the enemies who had besieged them had survived. Thousands of miles around them had turned into a huge lake. Even Shuele Han, who had rushed over to save them, was almost destroyed there. It was obvious how powerful the explosion was. From then on, this unique array was called Gathering Spiritual Energy to Destroy the Heavens, Perish Together, and Return Together. This name was given by Shuele Han himself, and Shuele Han was the only one in the world who knew about this array. And that lake was also called the Seven Saint Lake. After Chu Yang explained it in detail, everyone clicked their tongues. Emo Tianji said, "This isn't appropriate, is it? The huge amount of vital energy contained in the dragon and phoenix bones. Just one of them alone is enough to make us explode hundreds of times." If, Chu Yang said, "This part can let AOAO and the others use the dragon and phoenix secret technique to suppress the vital energy and store it in everyone's bodies. This is equivalent to saying that in everyone's bodies, there will be an inexhaustible treasure for the time being. If we completely digest it, I'm afraid even reaching Ning Tianya's level won't be a problem." The eyes of the brothers lit up like light bulbs at once. Reaching Ning Tianya's level won't be a problem? And when we start, when one of us activates and the 11 of us are connected at the same time, the cultivation of the 11 of us will naturally be on the same level. Therefore, this dragon wind vital energy will also be divided equally among the 11 of us. Chu Yang smiled and said, "So, I'll warn you first. Don't blame me for being biased after this. Otherwise, I'll smash that mouth of yours." Everyone laughed heartily. Now that Master Yu is guarding outside, it's the best time. Let's start immediately. Chu Yang ordered, "Don't act rashly. Don't activate the vital energy in your body. Listen to my instructions." With a whoosh, the brothers got into their positions. Chu Yang made a final check. Then, he went to his seat and sat down. The moment he sat down, all the brothers simultaneously felt that the spirit energy in the sky had suddenly become abnormal. It seemed as if it was gradually becoming berserk. It was dense and was rapidly gathering here. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't even activated their vital energy, and it was already like this. If there was no time to think, they only heard Chu Yang shout, "Ao Xian, activate the Divine Dragon Secret Manual." With a thought, Ao Xian activated the Divine Dragon Secret Manual. Rue Budong, activate the Phoenix Heavenly Fire Divine Technique. The moment the cultivation in Ao Xian's body started to activate one cycle, Chu Yang shouted without missing a beat. Rue Budong did as he was told. Then, Chu Yang's voice rang out continuously. Gu Duxing, activate. Dong Wushang, activate. Xia Danqiong, activate. Emo Tianji. Every time a name was called, it would coincide with the moment when the person in front of him activated one cycle of vital energy. When the last one, Emo Layer, activate. The cultivation bases of the 11 people actually followed a certain rhythm, gradually fusing into one body one after another. Gradually, it became a mighty torrent. Driven by the 2 great techniques of the Divine Dragon Secret Manual and the Heavenly Phoenix Fire, It formed a wonderful cycle. On the dragon and phoenix corpses, strange changes suddenly occurred at the places where Ao Sheyun and Rue Badong had touched. Chapter 14-15. Above the dragon and phoenix skeletons, at the spot where Ao Sheyun's left hand touched, a misty illusory light suddenly emitted and gradually lit up. When this ray of light appeared, the spiritual energy that was gathering in this area between heaven and earth suddenly stopped moving. A smart child remembers the world, and a thin yellow light followed Ao Sheyun's left hand and entered his body. Then, following the circulation of the energy in his meridians, it slowly moved forward to his dantian, made a turn, and then came out again. It followed the meridians of the right half of his body to his right hand, spat out from his right palm, and entered Rue Budong's palm. Then, after making a round in Rue Budong's body, it entered Dong Wushang's body. Then, it entered Imo Tianji, GMO, Chu Yang. After making a round in each of the 11 people's bodies, it entered Ao Sheyun's dantian. Then, as new energy continuously surged in, this process repeated. After Ao Sheyun's yellow dragon aura reacted and made a round in everyone's bodies, at the spot where Rue Budong's right hand touched the phoenix, a 7-colored light also appeared indifferently. It jumped like fire, and a scorching energy entered his right hand. It followed the meridians of his arm and entered his dantian. After making a round, it entered Ao Sheyun's right hand from his left hand and moved in the opposite direction. It passed through Ao Sheyun, then Gu Duxing, Xiadanqiang, Luo Kadi, and finally returned to Rue Budong's body. However, this ray of light was red in color. Just as the yellow dragon aura and the red phoenix aura each made a round, everyone suddenly felt a huge tremor. These two forces suddenly seemed to have encountered a sudden acceleration. With a whoosh, they started to move rapidly. Two huge forces entered everyone's bodies from two sides. What was originally a trickle became a clear stream in the blink of an eye, and then a river. Then, like a surging river, it crazily surged into everyone's bodies. Chu Yang closed his eyes. Feeling the changes in his body, he could clearly feel that every time the dragon and phoenix's forces completed a round, they would always leave some clear traces in his dantian. Slowly, a yellow and red cyclone formed in his dantian, and this cyclone gradually became bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although he didn't know how the others were doing, but this kind of spirit gathering was completely equal, so Chu Yang was sure that the others were in the same situation as him. Of course, there was one thing that Chu Yang didn't know. Currently, only he, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Imo Tianji, Imo Qingwu, and Imo Layer had absorbed this kind of energy in their dantians. But in their dantian's dantian, a complete yellow and a complete fiery red. This was due to the difference in their physiques and bloodlines. At this critical moment, Calamity Sword suddenly raised its head in excitement, releasing a feeling of thirst. Chu Yang furrowed his brows and immediately suppressed this guy. What joke? This was the commonwealth of the brothers. If Calamity Sword were to join in as well, wouldn't he be absorbing most of the energy by himself? Where was their justice was the meaning. Sword, and no one's as us. And this energy's forces as forces. This, once in a lifetime. Just let Calamity Sword absorb a little and increase its power by several times. Moreover, these brothers won't notice it. Chu Yang didn't say anything. Instead, he suppressed the sword spirit. He silently said in his heart, "Even if no one knows, I still know." The sword spirit stomped his feet anxiously in the tribulation space. However, Chu Yang ignored this. The power of the dragon and the phoenix continued to transform. A palm-sized part of the dragon body in front of Ao Sheyun had already lit up completely. What he was extracting now was the power of the dragon and phoenix. Chu Yang had a guess about this. He had extracted the power of the dragon's body. Then, it was the dragon origin energy and dragon god's power. Then there was Long Dan. Finally, there was the power of the dragon crystal. As for the dragon core and dragon crystal, it would depend on the situation. If they could be converted, then they would be converted together. If they could not be converted, then they would be left for Ao Sheyun. Of course, The power of the phoenix was the same. Chu Yang reckoned that his brothers had really stumbled and picked up a gold ingot this time. He had struck it rich. If the energy of the dragon and phoenix was divided among the 11 of them, then they probably wouldn't be able to absorb it all in this heaven. Moreover, with the current conditions of the heaven continent, it was simply not enough for them to completely transform this energy for their own use. But this way, no matter where they went, their cultivation speed would be at least twice as fast as others, because they had the two sources of the energy of the dragon and phoenix in their bodies at the same time. Then, the energy of the dragon and phoenix in their bodies would be exhausted sooner or later. What Chu Yang was considering now was how to turn this energy from a rootless water into a rooted spring in each other's bodies. In that case, wouldn't it benefit them for life? It had to be said that Minister Chu's plan was quite long-term. He was still in the heaven now, but he had already planned for thousands of years after he rushed up the heavenly imperial court. Even Imo Tianji, who had always been the most famous for his foresight, would probably have to call him master if he knew of Chu Yang's plan now. He felt ashamed of himself. The 11 of them seemed to have turned into 11 statues in an instant, fixed in the cave. Yu Lingxue watched as these few people walked into the cave. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. These few little fellows are really at ease with me. They actually went in without any precaution. Are they that confident with me guarding them? He laughed self-deprecatingly, but also seriously observed the surrounding terrain. Then, he sat down cross-legged at the entrance of the cave. His divine sense of a peak middle-grade supreme being spread out in all directions, monitoring every movement within a radius of dozens of miles without missing a single detail. Although Yu Lingxue was confident, he was never arrogant. Although with his cultivation, it was really foolproof for him to be a protector for others in this heaven continent, he still dared not to be careless. He himself knew that his protector was actually not foolproof. For example, now, if someone like the Dharma Supreme came here, then he would definitely not be able to protect all 11 of them. There would always be accidents in everything. Being careful was the #1 way to travel in the martial world, and also the supreme secret to remain undefeated and reach the peak. Although he was sitting as still as a mountain now, he was confident. However, he was confident that no matter where the enemy appeared, he would be able to rush over at the first moment. He knew the great significance of his protector this time. The people inside now were the Tribulation Sword Master and his Tribulation brothers who could change the heaven continent. If something happened to these people, Yu Lingxue really couldn't guarantee what would happen to the heaven continent. After a long time, Yu Lingxue's face was calm as he continued his protector, his breathing normal. Suddenly, an inexplicable force rushed out of the cave. Then, it spiraled into the sky and scattered in the air. Yu Lingxue felt that there seemed to be a strange charm. He couldn't help muttering to himself, "Strange? What did this little fellow do? Why does it feel like millions of huge suction cups suddenly appeared in the sky? It's a little suffocating." Yu Lingxue's senses were very sharp, because, in the next moment, Yu Lingxue clearly felt that the spiritual energy of thousands of miles in all directions was suddenly sucked out in an instant. With a boom, it rushed into the cave. The spiritual energy was so pure that it even appeared as a blue light pillar. The quantity was so huge that it was even more terrifying. It came with great momentum, and with a whoosh, all the flowers and trees in the mountains were neatly broken. Yu Lingxue was caught off guard. He was almost hit in the chest by the pure spiritual energy and almost fell all the way into the cave. Yu Lingxue's face froze, and he was instantly shocked and doubtful. What's going on? What did they do in there to be able to attract such a huge amount of spiritual energy? Then, in just a moment, this huge amount of spiritual energy actually stopped moving forward and became still. It seemed that there was no need for it in this cave. And there was a mysterious force coming out of the cave, and it even had the intention of rejecting the spiritual energy. But Yu Lingxue couldn't breathe now, because the spiritual energy was too dense. If he breathed, it would be super intense cultivation. The spiritual energy dozens of miles in front and behind him almost became solid and sticky. Yu Lingxue checked again and smiled. "Since you don't need it, it's really good for me." Speaking of which, I really haven't seen such pure spiritual energy in my life. He opened his hands, and the supreme martial artist's power suddenly surged out, covering dozens of miles in an instant. It clamped down on all the solid spiritual energy. Then, he started to cultivate. Then, he took out dozens of purple crystal cores from his ring. He quickly made a few bottles. He muttered to himself, I hope that the dense spiritual energy this time can condense a few wind and moon real spirits. He cultivated with all his might. Suddenly, the spiritual energy from all directions started to pile up. Along with the accumulation, there was also a lot of air leaking out, and what leaked out was already ordinary faint air. And the spiritual energy in front of Yu Lingxue became more and more condensed, more and more dense. Slowly, it actually started to make light popping sounds. After a long time, a drop of purple liquid suddenly condensed from the air and slowly dripped down. Yu Lingxue's breathing was slightly heavy. Controlling his essence power, he let this drop of purple spiritual liquid fall into a purple crystal core bottle, and then immediately sealed it. And then, the cycle repeated. This happened 7 times in a row, and the spiritual energy within thousands of miles actually condensed into 7 drops of purple spiritual liquid. He kept them like treasures. This time, it really helped Rower and me. I'm their protector, but I owe them another favor for no reason. Yu Lingxue laughed bitterly. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and sat still. In the cave, on the body of the huge dragon that was hundreds of meters long, there was already a bright color appearing in a radius of about 10 feet, and the speed of the power of dragon and phoenix was also getting faster and faster. Chapter 14:16. The absorption this time had exceeded Chu Yang's expectations. In his opinion, the dragon and phoenix skeletons had already been here for 100,000 years. Even if they originally had powerful energy, with the passing of 100,000 years, they should have long been depleted. Smart Kids Remember Network super fast hands update, but he never expected that this dragon and phoenix had already reached the indestructible body before they died. And when the world changed and they knew that they were doomed, they used special methods to preserve their energy. So much so that Chu Yang and the rest had absorbed less than half of it after 5 days. Not even 1/3 of it. And the function of the array formation had already been activated to its maximum limit. Chu Yang and the other 11 people were all close to saturation. In their dantions, dense fog first appeared, then gradually turned into a thick fog. The thick fog turned into a liquid like flowing water. When it was completely swollen, at a certain moment, it suddenly turned into a little solid. Then, it grew bit by bit. Now, each of them was already the size of a duck egg. Golden light shone in their dantions. Everyone felt pain. This was because at this rate, the brothers would explode sooner or later. Chu Yang was also somewhat helpless. The tribulation sword wanted to absorb, but he stopped it. But now, it seemed that he still had to use the tribulation sword and the tribulation space. In desperation, Chu Yang could only give the order. The sword's spirit hurriedly directed the tribulation sword to start absorbing. He didn't forget to tease, Swordmaster. Why? Before he could finish, Chu Yang glared at him with a black face. He immediately swallowed the words that he had yet to say. The tribulation sword cheered and somersaulted on its own. Then, it attached itself to Chu Yang's meridians and started to absorb at full power. With the addition of the tribulation sword, the speed of extraction obviously became faster. Before long, it doubled again from the current basis. On the dragon and phoenix bodies, the light extended forward at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a boom in the cave, as if a small whirlwind had suddenly appeared. Outside the cave, Yu Lingxue seemed to have sensed something. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned his head to look at the cave. Then, he turned his head back again and focused on guarding the cave. He muttered to himself, "These little ones are really blessed with great fortune." After a full 8 days, the tribulation sword was full. There was also a huge amount of dragon and phoenix essence stored in the tribulation space. This time, the absorption was coming to an end. The bodies of the dragon and the phoenix began to glow as if they were about to come to life. Then, The 11 of them saw this scene in their consciousness at the same time. At the top of a mountain, a dragon and a phoenix were discussing something. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed. Then, the ground beneath his feet started to tremble. A destructive tyrannical aura spread out. A look of fear appeared in the dragon and phoenix eyes at the same time. They sensed it. This time, even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to withstand even 1/10,000th of the destructive aura. Then, the blue sky seemed to collapse. The ground also began to shake violently. The golden dragon turned around and exchanged glances with the phoenix. Phoenix King, doomsday is upon us. It seems like you and I won't be able to escape today. The golden dragon's voice was very gentle. Let's not talk about this now. It's more important to investigate the fate of our two races. The phoenix's voice was also very calm and pleasant to the ears. Are there still dragons and phoenixes? Let's work together, the golden dragon said in a deep voice. The phoenix nodded. Then, the two of them activated their divine power at the same time. As the ground trembled, the phoenix and the golden dragon said at the same time, "Strange, there's still hope, but it depends on fate." The golden dragon sighed. The mysteries of heaven are obscure. We can't check it in detail. If that's the case, let's leave something for our descendants. The phoenix smiled peacefully. The golden dragon also smiled freely. Anyway, we'll rush out. Even if we self-destruct, we won't be able to defeat that demon. Your words are exactly what I want. If that's the case, let's do it. The phoenix said, Dragon Phoenix Fusion Indestructible Body? The golden dragon nodded. That's right. Dragon Phoenix Fusion Indestructible Body. The phoenix shook her head and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect you and I to fight for the position of overlord for 10,000 years. Today, we have to form an indestructible body together. What a joke. The golden dragon chuckled. Since the birth of the Demon King and the unification, I've stopped fighting with you. The phoenix nodded slowly. That's true. Just as the dragon and phoenix were talking, the tremors between heaven and earth had reached the point where it was impossible to stand. The dragon and the phoenix looked at each other at the same time and stretched out their hands. The moment they clasped their hands, the sky suddenly flashed. Through the dust and smoke, one could still clearly see that 8 beams of light had appeared in the sky, leaving behind a brilliant trail of light that was thousands of feet long. They flew into this continent. Then, countless destructive auras shrouded them. Countless stones and debris flew toward the dragon and phoenix. However, the dragon and phoenix's expressions did not change. They just closed their eyes and let their bodies sink toward the ground. The scene turned into darkness. Do you want to leave your name? The golden dragon asked. Haha, I don't want to leave my name behind and embarrass myself. The phoenix smiled faintly. Me too. Phoenix, if there's a next life, let's be enemies again. Actually, throughout our lives, we've never really been enemies. The phoenix seemed reluctant to say this, but she still said it. The dragon and phoenix are not enemies. The golden dragon smiled softly. Yes, we're not enemies. Our two races are just a little too proud. There was a moment of silence in the darkness. The inheritance of the golden dragon is in the dragon core. If the future generations get it, they have to drink my blood if they have the golden dragon bloodline. The inheritance of the phoenix is in the phoenix marrow. If the future generations get it, they can drink my blood. At this point, there was no more movement. However, the 11 people immediately understood the origin of the golden dragon and phoenix. Each of them felt heavy. They were a little sad, but also a little admirable. In the face of the great crisis of destruction, these two seniors of the dragon and phoenix race chose to sacrifice themselves to leave wealth for their descendants. Moreover, they did not reveal their names. The pride in the dragon and phoenix bones was fully displayed here. Their determination and decisiveness in judging the situation were even more admirable. In such a place where the world had changed, they were able to calm down immediately. They formulated countermeasures and then immediately implemented them. If they had been a moment later, the dragon and phoenix would not have been able to complete this inheritance. But they had already decided this when they were strong and healthy. These two were also very clear about the dispute between the dragon and phoenix race. The dragon and phoenix have no enmity. It's just that our two races are too proud. This sentence was really thought-provoking, and the last few sentences showed the open-mindedness of the dragon and phoenix experts. Drink my blood. That was enough. Chu Yang and the others were shocked. However, Ao Sheun and Rue Budong were even more shocked than the rest of them combined. This was the first time they had seen their seniors alive, although it was just an image. But, after all, it was alive and could speak. At this moment, the two of them were very excited. It was incomparable. The transmission of the dragon and phoenix essence suddenly stopped. The calamity sword shook and broke out of the absorption range. At the same time, the dragon and phoenix trembled. It woke the 11 of them up instantly. Chu Yang stood up decisively and kicked the soul of the purple crystal at the eye of the array aside, dispelling the array. However, this slight delay caused the spiritual energy of the universe outside to fluctuate wildly again. The 11 of them opened their eyes at the same time. The expressions in their eyes were somewhat complicated. Gratitude, admiration, reverence. With a smack, the golden dragon's claws and the phoenix's claws let go. Chu Yang took a deep breath. He said, Ao Sheun, Rue Budong, the two of you, start receiving the inheritance immediately. Take out the dragon core and phoenix marrow and drink their blood essence. Quick! Ao Sheun and Rue Budong shuddered at the same time. With tears in their eyes, they said, Boss. But the two seniors are already dead. If we continue to destroy their corpses, wouldn't we be worse than pigs and dogs? If you waste their efforts, then you are truly worse than pigs and dogs. Chu Yang's voice was urgent. Their bodies have been preserved here in perfect condition for 100,000 years. Now that their essence is gone, they can't be preserved for much longer. At most, in a few hours, they will completely rot into bones. If the two of you waste this opportunity, then their efforts will all be wasted. Their painstaking efforts would have been in vain, and they would have died in vain. What are you hesitating for? Chu Yang roared. Quick! Ao Sheun and Rue Budong shuddered and finally turned around with complicated expressions. 10 minutes later, poof, poof. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the dragon and phoenix corpses suddenly collapsed at the same time. Before they hit the ground, they turned into nothingness, as if a gust of air had melted into the world. Not even a single bone was left behind. Everything that had happened just now was as bizarre and absurd as a dream that everyone had just had. However, the dragon and phoenix essence in everyone's dantian was telling everyone that this was not a dream. Ao Sheun let out a loud cry. Golden light flashed on his body. Suddenly, he twitched twice and fell to the ground. On the other side, Rue Budong had the same reaction and fainted instantly. Chu Yang stepped forward and checked. He said, They're fine. They're just not used to receiving such a huge inheritance all of a sudden. Keep an eye on them and don't let them move around. They'll wake up before long. The few brothers nodded. GMO asked somewhat strangely, Why don't I feel any improvement in my cultivation after absorbing so much dragon and phoenix essence? Actually, everyone had this feeling. It was just that they didn't say it out loud. Chu Yang's lips twitched. He said, Although there's no improvement in your cultivation, there's another small universe in your bodies from now on. It can output spirit energy at the same time for you to cultivate. Until you finish absorbing it, this is the real treasure. As he spoke, he explained the whole thing. Only then did everyone understand. All of them were elated. Everyone knew how rare it was to have another source that automatically produced spirit energy in their bodies. Even a mediocre person could easily trample on so-called geniuses with such conditions. Besides, which one of them wasn't a genius to the point of being monstrous? Chu Yang hurriedly instructed Mo Tianji, Tianji, stay here and watch. I'll go look for something. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. He said, There's a reaction? Chapter 14-17. Chu Yang nodded his head lightly. Smart Kids Remember Network, super fast hands. Mo Tianji's face was red with excitement as he said, Then go quickly. He actually urged Chu Yang. Chu Yang laughed out loud and comforted Mo Qingwu. Then, he walked forward. The little girl had just received great benefits and was discussing excitedly with Mo Layer. When she heard that he was leaving temporarily, she didn't even turn her head. She just waved her hand and said, "Go ahead. I don't have time for you now." She continued to discuss with Mo Layer. Gu Duxing and the others were also circulating their energy to check the changes in their bodies. They were pleasantly surprised by the new discoveries. With the dragon and phoenix essence in their bodies, the speed of their internal energy circulation had basically doubled. Furthermore, the dragon and phoenix essence had the effect of automatically improving their physique. One had to know that increasing the circulation of inner strength by one-fold did not equate to training. Instead, it indicated that as long as one's hands and feet could keep up with the circulation of inner strength, then one's attack speed could be doubled from the current foundation. Now, everyone was already considered fast. If it was doubled, what would it be like? At the thought of this, the brothers were so excited that they almost suffocated. Chu Yang calmed himself down and walked in. When he passed by the place where the dragon and phoenix originally stood, his eyes fixed in one direction. He turned his body slightly and walked in resolutely. When the dragon and phoenix essence had just been absorbed, Chu Yang had already received a notification from the sword spirit. "Lord Swordmaster, I've discovered the aura of the 7th fragment of the Tribulation Sword." Before this, Chu Yang couldn't be sure. Ever since the sword spirit said this, it was really as if a rock had been lifted. After turning a corner, there was a perfectly round stone wall in front of him. Chu Yang didn't stop at all. He directly reached out and grabbed it. Instantly, a huge hole was created. Although the defense here was tight and strong, it borrowed the power of the dragon and phoenix. Now that the power of the dragon and phoenix was gone, with Chu Yang's current cultivation, this stone wall was as soft as tofu in front of him. He grabbed it. His palm sucked on the stone wall and pulled outwards. A large piece of it with a radius of 40 to 50 feet was pulled out. He casually placed it aside and then the next piece. After a few pieces, a huge hole that was several feet deep had already appeared. Chu Yang went in head first. He had already done this job several times. It was really easy to do. It was a walk in the park. Even a professional miner could only be second to him. Chu Yang dug all the way down, following the Tribulation Sword's guidance. He could vaguely feel that his Calamity Sword was getting more and more excited. The sword energy was moving faster and faster around the sword, and the sword spirit was getting more and more eager, and beneath the stone wall. Moreover, there was an urge to come out, an emotion that couldn't be suppressed, throbbing. Chu Yang's hands didn't stop. Big stones were thrown from behind him one after another. Finally, the sound of gurgling water came from underground. It was very pleasant to the ears. At the same time, Chu Yang's left eye suddenly became clear, while his right eye became confused. This feeling appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Then, Chu Yang was startled. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit said, "This is the misty heaven crystal and the evil illusionary jade crystal. They welcome your arrival." Chu Yang was speechless. Were these two miraculous herbs welcoming him too? This is nonsense. The evil illusion jade crystals here are different from the misty heaven crystals and other spirit herbs. The sword spirit said, "They have grown for at least 100,000 years, or even longer. It's only natural for them to possess some spirituality." Chu Yang made an "oh" sound. Then, he nodded. After continuing to dig down another 30 feet, Chu Yang only felt emptiness under his hands. A wave of moist air hit him in the face. He took a closer look. He couldn't help but be stunned. There was actually an underground lake below. The heart of the underground lake. There were two big fountains. They were 1,000 feet apart, and each of them gurgled with spring water. The spring water that emerged from one side was milky white and had a fragrance to it. The spring water on the other side was clear and clear, without any smell at all. The entire lake water was also clearly separated from each other. The one 500 feet side was completely milky white, while the other side was completely clear. They actually didn't invade each other in the same lake, forming a strange underground lake. Anyone who saw this would definitely exclaim that it was strange. Chu Yang jumped down and stood in this milky white spring water. He felt comfortable all over. He naturally knew that this milky white spring water was the crystal spirit spring. Before he figured out the situation, even though Chu Yang was extremely daring and knew that nothing would happen, he still didn't dare to stand in the water of the evil spirit illusionary spring. It was better to be safe than sorry. If he fainted here, he wouldn't lose his life, but it would be very embarrassing. The sword spirit saw Chu Yang's concerns and held back his laughter. He said, "Keep this spring water. I've already guessed the location of the tribulation space." Chu Yang nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, 2 water arrows shot out from the lake and into the tribulation space. Even if they were absorbed together, they were still clearly divided. Chu Yang looked up and saw countless small holes above his head. He didn't know where they led. The side that belonged to the evil spirit illusionary spring was extremely moist and full of water, but the side that belonged to the crystal spirit spring was dry. Chu Yang finally understood how his grandfather and the others found it. It must be that the water vapor of the evil spirit illusionary spring flowed out from here. After reaching a certain space above, the moisture gathered and the water vapor formed a new water flow, which flowed out from there drop by drop. It must have been accidentally discovered by Yang Bao and the others when they were excavating the purple crystal mine, and it was impossible to find the main body of the evil spirit illusionary spring from that direction, because who knew where it was? Anyway, it had a lot to do with this side. The sound of flowing water disappeared. The ground below Chu Yang's feet had already become dry. Only the 2 spring mouths on the left and right were still spewing out mist, but the mist disappeared right after. Chu Yang perked up. He grabbed down with one hand and started digging again. Gradually, Chu Yang's expression became strange as he dug down more than 100 feet. Here, it was clearly sliding down diagonally. If that was the case, could this ethereal heavenly crystal be? Chu Yang pulled himself out and went to the opposite side. As he dug down, he indeed discovered that the evil illusionary jade crystal was also slanting down. Chu Yang gave a wry smile. He channeled his energy and lifted up the entire piece of ground from 100 feet below. It was erected to one side. He turned to look. Sure enough, the spring mouths of the crystal spirit spring and the evil illusionary jade crystal were now less than 200 feet apart. One must know that they were originally 1,000 feet apart. Chu Yang started from the middle and lifted up another 100 feet of ground. The 2 spring mouths were now less than 30 feet apart. Could it be that these 2 were originally together? Muttering, Chu Yang began to slowly exert force downward. At this point, he couldn't make any more big movements. Otherwise, if something were to be destroyed, Chu Yang would really be dumbfounded. After digging for 30 feet, Chu Yang was startled as he reached out his hand. It already felt somewhat warm. We're almost there. The sword spirit reminded him. The evil illusionary jade crystal and the ethereal heavenly crystal are different from others. They won't give birth to jade cores and the like. They only produce spring water. I see. Chu Yang had thought that it would be like the mysterious Yang jade and mysterious Yin jade. It looked like that wasn't the case. Chu Yang lifted up a depth of 30 feet with one hand. The moment he lifted it up, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in Chu Yang. It seemed that on the left, there was a virtuous lady looking at him tenderly and affectionately. She was as beautiful as jade, as beautiful as a flower, and as poetic as a poem. Even if she didn't speak or move, he could still feel the elegant and quiet aura coming from her. On the right, there was a devastatingly beautiful enchantress who could cause the downfall of a country. She was looking at him flirtatiously, coquettishly, making one bold move after another, filled with boundless temptation. Chu Yang was shocked. He hurriedly looked left and right. On the left, there was a piece of milky white spiritual jade lying there quietly. On the right, there was a piece of transparent jade lying there. The distance between the 2 pieces of jade was less than 5 feet, and he was standing right in between them right now.
How strange.
Chu Yang scratched his head. These 2 pieces of jade actually give me the feeling of 2 great beauties. The sword spirit didn't say anything, but Chu Yang could totally feel it. This guy was looking at him with great interest, watching which piece he wanted to take first. There's a saying, right? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Sword spirit?
The sword spirit smiled bitterly.
Yes, beauties are like jade, and jade is like a beauty. Now, both pieces of jade are in front of you. Since the day they were born, they have been at odds with each other, trying to suppress each other. Now that they've finally met their destined owner, they naturally have to compete. If you take that piece of jade first, it means that the other piece has lost. The sword spirit said. Chu Yang felt faint. It was just two pieces of jade, and they were actually competing for his affection? Beauties all have petty temperaments. Spiritual jade is the same. The sword spirit reminded him, I want to tell you, don't think of taking both of them together. If you do, they'll be unhappy at the same time. Why? Chu Yang felt faint again. He was thinking about this in his heart. Just like two great beauties sharing a husband, the sword spirit grimaced. Even if they can't resist, they'll still feel uncomfortable. Chu Yang fell silent. The sword spirit's words just so happened to hit the sore spot in his heart. Maybe the sword spirit did it on purpose? As Chu Yang weighed his options in this moment, his heart also became somewhat uneasy. As if sensing Chu Yang's hesitation, the aura emitted by the two pieces of jade became stronger and stronger. It was as if the two great beauties were each using the most powerful means in their lives to display their greatest charm, forcing Chu Yang, the bridegroom, to make a decision. Which bride should he enter the bridal chamber first? Chu Yang's expression was complicated as he struggled internally. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, Now that they're in my family, I have the final say. They want to decide who's the better one, but I won't allow it. Exerting force with both hands, he grabbed the ethereal heavenly crystal and the evil illusionary jade crystal at the same time. At this moment, Chu Yang could clearly feel the resentment in the hearts of the two pieces of jade. He snorted and said, Do you think you have the final say in my family? Get in. With a whoosh, the two great herbal medicines were thrown into the tribulation dimension together. The sword spirit was dumbfounded. He really couldn't imagine that the sword master would actually still adopt such a hooligan method even though he had already warned him beforehand. Second update. Looking for monthly votes. After midnight, it's the Lantern Festival and also the birthday of our book friend, Dancing with the Wind. Let us wish her a happy birthday. Chapter 14:18. The sword spirit arranged for the ethereal heavenly crystal to enter the spiritual spring. In an instant, the water of the spiritual spring surged. The original milky white color instantly merged with the milky white color of the ethereal heavenly crystal that had just been added. It turned into a kind of crystal clear milky white color. This color was like the color of the 10,000-year sky green spiritual milk, but pure. Although it was milky white and not transparent, it strangely gave one a feeling of transparency without any impurities. A faint fragrance wafted over the surface of the spiritual spring, making one feel comfortable all over with just a whiff. Now, as long as he had the fairy seed of life, he could immediately produce something that the fairy race had never dared to obtain, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth that was even better than the spring of life. And this seed of life, Chu Yang was already very confident, because that thing was in Duke Yu's hands. And Duke Yu was Chu Yang's friend. It could be said that he already had it in his hands. With the ethereal heavenly crystal and the evil illusionary jade crystal in his hands, Chu Yang felt a powerful aura suddenly rising from the ground beneath his feet. This aura was different from the sharp murderous aura of the tribulation sword, but it had a kind of thick and solid feeling. There was even a kind of simple and honest feeling to it. Chu Yang was shocked by this feeling. This was definitely the seventh fragment of the tribulation sword. It was just that there was actually such a thing in the land of the tribulation sword that cut through the heavens, following which, the ground beneath his feet split open and a round, oily object emerged from the ground. Chu Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had obtained the tribulation sword. Before this, he really hadn't seen a fragment emerge on its own. But this thing in front of him had really emerged from below. This was really. The moment this round thing appeared, it immediately attracted the tribulation sword's reaction. In an instant, a clear and loud sword sound rang out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword tip, sword edge, sword guard, sword tongue, sword hilt. The segments all shot out at the same time, and sword intent whistled like dragons. They circled above excitedly, and the segment sword was already playing happily with that fellow that had emerged on its own. They flew around, circling back and forth above that fellow, and sword sounds rang out. They seemed to be saying something in their own language. That guy, on the other hand, was somewhat wooden and clumsy. He was like an honest man who was not good with words and was suddenly surrounded by a group of sharp-tongued beauties. He had offended that person. Even after stuttering for a long time, he couldn't let out a single fart. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed this guy in his hand. The oval stayed in his palm obediently, as if it was waiting for him to inspect it. He was extremely honest and straightforward. A stream of information flowed into Chu Yang's mind. Chu Yang suddenly understood and smacked his lips. Damn it! I was almost fooled by a broken sword. This incomparably honest-looking, simple-minded, and inarticulate fellow was actually Jian Dun. Tribulation Sword's Introduction. Sword pommel, the head of the sword hilt, also known as the sword head. There was a round hole on it that could be used to tie a sword tassel. Main attack: knock, bump, smash. The form of attack was like a person's elbow. It wasn't sharp, but it was powerful. Moreover, it had a balancing effect on the entire sword. Among all sword techniques, the sword pommel could be used. There were very few of them, but once it was used, it would definitely be a fatal blow. The sword pommel was usually hidden at the back of the sword, not revealing anything. It didn't have a sharp sword tip or a sharp sword blade. It was just very plain and simple. It maintained the balance of the entire sword very silently. Moreover, it connected all the brothers together in the final form. But as long as there was a need, it would attack unexpectedly. Moreover, as long as he struck, it would be a fatal blow. In comparison, this was what a real killer looked like. He wouldn't necessarily flee immediately after a single strike, but it would definitely be a fatal blow. Chu Yang held the sword pommel, but his consciousness was quietly communicating with it. Only then did he realize that although this fellow was a little boring on the inside, it was also really wooden and honest. Towards Chu Yang's welcome, joy, and comfort, this guy just accepted it submissively, and he even seemed to be a little panicky. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. He casually threw the sword pommel into the air and shouted, "Tribulation sword, combine." With a sword chime, the sword hilt flew up first and connected with the sword pommel. The sword tongue was the second to fly up. The tip went deep into the sword hilt and connected with the sword pommel. With a clang, the sword guard went up to protect both sides. The sword tip flew up and got into position with a clang. The sword blade flew up with a whoosh, cold light shining. Finally, the sword tip connected with the sword pommel at a swift and fierce speed. With a boom, a faint air current rose from the tribulation sword. At least from the outside, the entire sword was already complete. The entire sword was placed horizontally in midair, awe-inspiring. Even though it was motionless, Chu Yang could feel the spirit of a complete tribulation sword that looked down on the world. A realization rose in Chu Yang's heart. Perhaps the current tribulation sword was the complete battle form. It was also in a perfect state, because now, all the hardware needed for a long sword had already been assembled. The current tribulation sword was the original configuration of a newly forged tribulation sword. As for the sword tassel and sword soul, they couldn't have been present at that time. The sword tassel couldn't have been present when the sword was forged, and the sword soul couldn't have appeared on a newly forged sword either. Therefore, the current tribulation sword was definitely not the most powerful, but it was definitely the purest. Chu Yang slowly reached out his hand. The tribulation sword let out a cheerful sword chime and slowly descended, as if someone had gently placed it in Chu Yang's hand. The moment Chu Yang held the sword hilt, the sword intent that was hovering in the air finally descended and attached itself to the tribulation sword. It let out a whining sound, as if it was wronged, because it was excluded just now. When the pure tribulation sword was formed, other than the sword tassel and sword soul, nothing else could stay on it. Even the sword intent that was derived from the sword itself couldn't, because if there was a sword intent, someone had to use it and cultivate it to form it. But this wasn't a part of the sword. Chu Yang exhaled softly. The seventh fragment of the tribulation sword was finally in his hands. At the same time, he had some doubts. According to Shuelehan, the tribulation sword, that powerful person had only given him 8 small metal pieces. As for the sword tassel, it must be the smallest metal piece that was connected to the sword head and some decorations. But since there were 8 of them, how could there be a tribulation? After all, the sword's soul was formless and traceless. If he wanted to find it, where would he need to find it? Sword spirit, when the previous tribulation sword masters searched for the tribulation sword, did they all find the sword soul? Chu Yang asked in a low voice in the tribulation space. The sword spirit's face was originally full of joy, but when he heard Chu Yang's words, he suddenly froze. With his back turned, he said lightly, "Yes. The previous tribulation sword masters all found the sword soul." When he said this, the expression on his face was very strange. It seemed like he was crying and laughing. It also seemed like he was sad and bitter. But his back was facing Chu Yang, so Chu Yang couldn't see his expression at this moment. Frowning, Chu Yang muttered to himself, "That's really strange." The first 8 fragments are all physical objects. If you look for them, you can find them. But the sword soul, how do you find it? The sword spirit seemed to smile and said in a low voice, "When you find the 8th fragment, you will know where to go to find the sword soul." Chu Yang nodded silently. The sword spirit perked up and said, "Now, it's the sword technique of the 7th fragment of the tribulation sword. Watch carefully, I will demonstrate it for you here." Chu Yang immediately threw the matter of the sword soul aside and widened his eyes. The sword spirit floated out, holding the tribulation sword. He stood solemnly. His body looked completely physical at this moment. At this moment, as he stood with the sword in his arms, a majestic aura immediately spread out. A desolate sword in tint slowly rose. It gradually turned heavy and mighty. The next moment, the sword spirit thrust his sword forward, but drew an arc in the air. He spun around fiercely, and the tip of the sword flew back from under his arm. His hand grabbed the tip of the sword. As expected, he was using the tip of the sword to attack. But the strangeness of this attack made Chu Yang's scalp tingle a little. Big Clump has no edge. This is the name of the sword pommel's first move. The sword pommel looks simple and unadorned, without any edge or edge. But if it really exerts all its power, it can make the blue sky sink. The sword spirit explained and then launched another move. No edge, no chill, dense sword intent. This is the second move. The sword head and tip are both contained and not released. It seems to be a defensive stance. But the sword intent that can be released from this move is the strongest move of all the sword techniques of the tribulation sword. The sword spirit moved slowly. Look, the third move. Life and death is decided by the sword head. This move means that everyone underestimates the power of the sword head. But those who underestimate it in the beginning will never have the chance to reevaluate it for the rest of their lives, because when they use the sword pommel, they will already be a dead man. Chu Yang watched with rapt attention and nodded slowly. His guess was right. The sword pommel was the most deeply hidden killer of the tribulation sword. The fourth move, only through vicissitudes knows silence. The sword pommel has always been inconspicuous and silent. But there is a saying from the ancients, "Silence is golden," and it is even more so on the path of martial arts and heavenly Tao. People who were silent usually had a very tenacious temperament. Moreover, silent people make it even harder for the enemy to figure out what is true and what is false. You must know that the more you speak, the more mistakes you make. The sword spirit said, therefore, only after the vicissitudes of the world have changed can one understand the true meaning of silence. But, similarly, it is too late. There was some mockery in the sword spirit's voice. Chu Yang mulled over these words. They actually left a lingering fragrance in his mouth. These 4 sword techniques were just like the principles of how one should deal with things. However, Chu Yang really didn't expect that such a sword technique that focused on killing would actually contain such principles. It seemed a little ironic, moreover. Although the sword pommel looked silent and unsophisticated, The four sword techniques of the sword pommel were actually all that kind of sinister and vicious killing moves. Every move was so terrifying that even Chu Yang, the master of the tribulation sword, felt goosebumps all over his body. Not to mention the enemy. Chu Yang muttered the four sword techniques to himself. Then, he closed his eyes and started to dance with his sword. In an instant, he was intoxicated, unsophisticated and edgeless. The sky wants to sink, no blade, no cold, and the sword intent is dense. Life and death is the sword's sharpest, only through vicissitudes knows silence. Today's first update. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. The second update will be at night. I will be back early to write. I originally wanted to stay up all night to finish writing, but I obviously overestimated my physical strength. Happy Lantern Festival, everyone. Chapter 14:19. Chu Yang brandished his sword. For a moment, his heart was filled with pride. Smart Kids Remember Network's super fast hands. It was as if he had become one with the calamity sword in his hand. It was as if at this moment, he was the sword and the sword was him. Therefore, even though he didn't use his energy to move the sword, the intricacies of the sword technique flowed through his heart like a clear stream. Nothing was left out. Just as the last bit of the sword technique's intricacies merged into Chu Yang's heart, Chu Yang retracted his sword and stood there. The 28 moves of the calamity sword flowed through his heart one by one. Slowly, they connected. Chu Yang's eyes became brighter and brighter. He didn't breathe for a long time. When the last move, only the vicissitudes of life know the silence of the soul, flowed through his heart, Chu Yang suddenly felt a powerful force surging out from the calamity sword. It entered his meridians and his dantian. Then, the power of the dragon and wind in his dantian was also triggered. Suddenly, wind and clouds surged in his meridians, and he felt as if he was about to explode. Chu Yang only felt that there was power continuously flowing into his meridians. It was endless, as if there was no end to it. Slowly, his meridians seemed to bulge as if they were about to burst his body. He seemed to have made another breakthrough. But at this time, Chu Yang didn't have time to check what he had broken through. He only felt uncomfortable. He had to stop immediately, but he couldn't stop. The power of the calamity sword and the power of the dragon and phoenix energy continued to flow in. Finally, he only felt stars flickering in front of his eyes. He wanted to scream but couldn't. Suddenly, his dantian shook as if it had exploded. Chu Yang let out a low sigh. He fell backward. He fainted. Outside, Ao Sheun and Rue Budong were still unconscious. The others were watching and waiting at the side. Mo Tianji had his hands behind his back. He paced back and forth at the side with a relaxed expression. There was a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Mo Qingwu's big eyes looked at the place where Chu Yang had disappeared. Then, she turned back and looked at the place again after a while. Finally, she changed her sitting position. She rested her chin on her hands and looked at the spot, waiting for Chu Yang to come out. After a long time, 8 hours had passed. The sky turned from dark to bright. Another night had passed. However, Ao Sheun and Rue Budong were still unconscious and motionless. Everyone else was also immersed in their training. No one noticed anything unusual, so they didn't move. However, Mo Tianji felt somewhat uneasy. His brows slowly furrowed, and he muttered in his heart, "It might take a long time to find the calamity sword, but Chu Yang has always done things steadily. But he would never let his brothers wait like this. If it really took a long time, Chu Yang would definitely come out and say something." However, that was not the case now. Inside, did something happen to him? Mo Tianji was worried, but of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. On the contrary, he had to act more and more relaxed to make everyone feel at ease. It was already noon. Chu Yang still didn't come out. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and finally confirmed. Something must have happened. Just as he was about to order his brothers to go in and take a look, the moment he opened his mouth, the sky suddenly darkened. Mo Tianji frowned. All the brothers were a little surprised and opened their eyes one after another. Then, they saw a scene that they would never forget. They saw a ray of seven-colored light shoot out of the cave like a huge seven-colored dragon. When it passed by everyone, it even circled around them and then rushed out with a whoosh. Yu Lingxue, who was at the entrance of the cave, had been sitting steadily. As long as there were no cries for help from inside, he would stay here and guard. The moment the sky darkened, Yu Lingxue suddenly narrowed his eyes, as if he felt that something shocking was about to happen then. He saw a ray of seven-colored light snaking out of the ground like a dragon. Yu Lingxue's body flashed, and that ray of light rushed out of the cave and rushed into the dark sky. One must know that the real time now was noon. But the fact that the sky darkened strangely was already a great wonder in the world. At this moment, it was as if a god had set off fireworks, and a ray of seven-colored light suddenly shot out. The ray of seven-colored light rushed into the sky and went straight into the clouds. As it went higher and higher, it also became bigger and bigger. Gradually, the entire sky within a radius of millions of miles became seven-colored. A kind of dreamy music that didn't seem to exist suddenly sounded. Everyone who heard it couldn't tell at all whether this wonderful music came from their own hearts or from the sky. They couldn't explain it and even felt like they were dreaming. The seven-colored sky rolled and then slowly turned into seven rays of light. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. The seven colors were separated by the purest color. Each ray was 1,000 feet wide and 10,000 feet long, and they stretched across the sky. In the separated space, one could see that the sky was still pitch black. The seven rays of light stood majestically between heaven and earth. After a while, they slowly started to move. The red light flashed and turned into a sharp tip, like the tip of a sword. It was just that compared to a normal sword, it was billions of times bigger. Then, a green sword tip, a blue sword blade, an orange sword guard, a green sword hilt, a purple sword tongue, and a yellow sword hilt. It actually re-evolved the process of the formation of the calamity sword in the sky. At this moment, everyone on the continent looked up and stared with wide eyes. There was no information or hint as to what kind of sword this was, but everyone understood one thing. This sword was the calamity sword. It was the master of the sky. The calamity sword was finally formed, and it slowly turned in a circle in the sky. Then, the tip of the sword pointed to the sky, and the sword hilt pointed to the ground. It stood in the dark sky like a blazing sun, brilliant and resplendent. After pausing for a moment, the sword suddenly moved slowly, faster and faster, heading straight for the endless sky. As it rose, its speed became faster and faster. Finally, it came into contact with the darkness in the sky. Then, the calamity sword didn't stop at all. It tore through the darkness like it was rotten wood and went straight up. Everywhere it passed, the darkness in the sky was torn apart and slowly scattered in all directions. The calamity sword rose to an unknown height in the sky. Heaven and earth had returned to normal. The sky was clear and the sun was bright. However, the calamity sword was still flying up, and finally, it slowly disappeared into the void. This time, there weren't any big words appearing in the sky like the previous times. Everything was carried out in silence. The entire process was like a silent pantomime, but everyone understood what it meant. When the calamity sword appeared, who could fight against it? When the calamity sword appeared, it destroyed everything. When the calamity sword appeared, it cut through the sky and earth. Yes, there was no need for any explanation. Everyone understood that. Sorry for the late update. Back home. After dinner, at 10:30 p.m., I put on a coat and went to the roof. I sat there and watched the fireworks. The entire town was setting off fireworks, and the sky was bright and blurry. The rumbling sounds never stopped. In the darkness, I sat there alone and watched quietly. That kind of feeling was very strange. It truly felt like an ethereal dream. I sat there for almost 3 hours, but I still wanted more. Chapter 1420. The Calamity Sword has finally taken shape again. Yu Lingxue stood up, dressed in white. He looked at the sky with a deep gaze. No one knew what he was thinking about. Smart kids remember network super fast hands. I still remember the last time when the Calamity Sword took shape. Although it was huge, it couldn't be compared to this time. Yu Lingshue's gaze was a little surprised. Could it be that the Calamity Sword is different this time? Or is the Sword Master different from usual? Yu Lingxue was really curious. 10,000 years ago, when the Calamity Sword took shape for the 8th time, Yu Lingxue already had a considerable cultivation. The memory of that day was still fresh in his mind. That time, the Calamity Sword only appeared abruptly in the dark. There was only one sword, and it ended after a few flashes. But this time, it appeared in broad daylight. Strangely, the world suddenly turned into night. It cut through the darkness of heaven and earth, and then it went all the way up and disappeared into the clouds. Everyone had a feeling that when the Calamity Sword broke through the clouds and reached the world that no one could see, it could still dominate and dominate everything. Law Enforcement City. The Dharma Supreme looked at the sky, his expression gloomy and dejected. Once again, the Calamity Sword took shape. His expression was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. After a while, he flicked his black robe and turned around. He said calmly, "I'm going out. Send the order for the 2 stars to accompany me." Then, he walked down, his black robe fluttering, revealing a heavy heart. At this moment, different strong reactions were aroused in the great clans. For a moment, the great clans were in a state of panic. The elder masters were even more shocked. A few of them had already started to send messages. They pitted the other great clans. There were even a few who set off immediately after sending the message. Shao Clan. Yi Qianqian stood with an old man with white hair and beard. Both of them looked rather grim. "Brother Qingyu, looks like the heavens have decided? If we want to change, I'm afraid." Yi Qianqian came to the Shao Clan half a month ago. The person beside him was, of course, the founder of the Shao Clan, Shao Qingyu. Shao Qingyu frowned. He said, "No matter what, we have to struggle for a while. Even if heavens will has already decided, we still can't just sit there and wait for death." He raised his white eyebrows and sneered, "Besides, in the past 10,000 years, although I have never heard that the Master of Calamity Sword can be replaced, I have never heard that. It can't be done." Replace. Yi Qianqian's eyes lit up. Shao Qingyu took a deep breath and said, "However, I have been feeling uneasy these past few days. I originally thought that something had happened to second brother. Now it seems like it's because of the Calamity Sword Master." Yi Qianqian replied, "Oh? Morning Thunder? Where did he go? I haven't seen him for the past few days." Shao Qingyu said indifferently, "I sent him to do something that concerns the life and death of the clan. When he returns, brother, you will definitely know." Yi Qianqian nodded and said, "Inform the others. Based on the current situation, I'm afraid our 7 great clans will have to join forces." Shao Qinyu's face darkened. He nodded slowly. "It's just a pity that the Li clan betrayed us and the Lan clan suffered a calamity of annihilation." Yi Qianqian heaved a long sigh. To think that the Khanate formation of the great clans would have already fallen apart before it had even begun. Shao Qinyu gave a long sigh. In the northwest region, Diwu Qingru stared blankly at the phenomenon in the sky. His face was rather pale. His right hand was clenched into a fist so tightly that his knuckles were actually a little white. He murmured, "Is this Chu Yang's idea? Or that Calamity Sword Master's idea? How could it be?" According to Diwu Qingrou's guess, he was 100% sure that after Chu Yang and the others rose above the storm in the south, their next destination would definitely be the northwest. The Li clan battlefield in the northwest was the key to the Calamity Sword Master stirring up chaos in the world. There was no way they wouldn't come. And once they came, it would be beneficial for Diwu Qingru to build up his strength. Borrowing strength to fight strength, restraining each other, making use of the Li clan as a big piece of cake to make the 8 great clans unite against a common enemy, then he would be able to make plans leisurely. Diwu Qingru even had a thorough plan for how he would operate after they came. But he didn't expect that when they didn't come, and the clans were so anxious to start a war, Diwu Qingru had no choice but to arrange for an attack, making use of one small battle after another to stall for time. The battles commanded by Diwu Qingru were, of course, always victorious. It was precisely because of this that the clans relied on him more and more. And Diwu Qingru's own prestige also rose with the tide. But all of this wasn't what Diwu Qingru wanted. On the one hand, he had to maintain and not let the Li clan suffer a destructive blow. On the other hand, he had to maintain his winning record. He tried his best to stall for time and wait for Chu Yang and the others to come and fight with him. But he didn't expect that the Calamity Sword Master didn't come. But he received news that the Calamity Sword Master had obtained the 7th fragment of the Calamity Sword. It turned out that they didn't come this way at all. Diwu Qingru's wishful thinking suddenly fell through. This made him very disappointed. If it was Chu Yang's decision, then it doesn't seem like Chu Yang's temperament. If it was that Calamity Sword Master's decision, isn't it a little too careless of the big picture? What exactly is going on? Diwu Qingru couldn't figure it out. But he didn't know that this was neither Chu Yang's decision nor Imo Tianji's decision. It was a completely unexpected event that happened all of a sudden. Rui Badong was in danger, and the nirvana of the phoenix attracted Chu Yang and the others who were originally about to reach the northwest to the southeast. And the matter of the traitor led Chu Yang back home. After returning home, he received news of the dragon and phoenix bones, as well as news of the 7th tribulation sword. Since it was so close, Chu Yang naturally had to obtain the tribulation sword first. So, this was a series of causes and effects, but it had nothing to do with the war in the northwest. No wonder Diwu Qingru couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he scratched his head. But in the current situation, Diwu Qingru had to hold on. He couldn't let the Li clan be destroyed, and he couldn't let himself suffer losses in this aspect. This required methods and schemes. Diwu Qingru took 2 steps and murmured, "Looks like I have to take measures."
His eyes flashed coldly.
"Chu Yang, I'll fight for another half a month's time. If you don't come in half a month's time, I can only—" He suddenly turned around and strode away. When Chu Yang woke up from his coma, he found that his body was as light as a feather. All the impurities in his body had disappeared. Even he had a clear feeling of being reborn. He even had a clear feeling. The him just now was already dead, and the him who stood up now was the reborn him. He was a different person from the him just now. This feeling was strange and clear. This strange feeling even made Chu Yang search under his body nervously to see if there was any corpse of his, to make sure that he wasn't a soul after death. After searching one round, he naturally didn't find anything. Raising his chi slightly, Chu Yang found that the layered heaven divine technique in his body was flowing smoothly like a trickle. Everywhere it passed, there was no obstruction at all. He couldn't help but be shocked. Before this, even if he used all his strength, the layered heaven divine technique, it might not even be able to complete one cycle. But now, it could already operate on its own, although it was a little thinner. But after all, it had already formed a large-scale cycle. Such a big change actually happened when he was in a coma? He hurriedly checked his dantian and couldn't help but be stunned again. The primordial real silk in his dantian had actually doubled, and even more. Originally, there were only slightly more than 200, but now, there were actually more than 500. Moreover, there was still a lot of dense purple aura entwining around, as if constantly catalyzing the formation. This is the benefit of the formation of your tribulation sword. The sword spirit said in the tribulation space, the formation of the tribulation sword, and this time, it came out of seclusion in the most perfect state. The benefits given to you are also massive. It is the accumulation of 10,000 years, and it has been channeled into your dantian all at once. If not for the fact that your current body can't take it at all, and most of it has entered the tribulation space, you would have thousands of primordial real silk by now. And you can also reach the supreme grade now. But now, you've only reached the supreme grade, surpassing the boundary between immortal and mortal. That's all. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. The sword spirit was indeed the sword spirit. His tone was really fucking big. Just surpassing the boundary between immortal and mortal? And that's all? That's all? Other than that, a lot of the dragon and phoenix essence in your body has also been activated. The sword spirit said, but this kind of situation has never happened before. Chu Yang nodded. Oh, I see. The sword spirit said, and this time, The benefit of the tribulation sword is not you, but everyone around you. Under normal circumstances, it's the tribulation. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. A conflicted look came over the sword spirit's face. But right now, there are 10 people outside. And you? The tribulation has only confirmed 8. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Huh. And among the 10 people, 2 of them are women. The sword spirit's expression became even more conflicted. Chu Yang opened his mouth. Ha! And 2 of them have the same surname. The sword spirit sighed. Chu Yang. Huh? So, it's a mess now. The sword spirit rolled his eyes. I'll go out and take a look. Chu Yang walked out anxiously. The sword spirit went back into hiding tactfully. This time, when the tribulation sword was formed, the benefits that the sword spirit received were also unprecedentedly huge. At this moment, he could completely take shape and appear in the air. Whether it was day or night, it no longer had any effect on him. The sword spirit was also anxious to go back and digest the results this time. At this moment, outside, Luo Kadi was making a fuss. Today's first update. Begging for monthly votes. Gee. Second thing, previously, I said that it would explode after the festival, so it will explode today and tomorrow. Gee. Third thing, today is my mother's birthday, so it will explode a little later. But since I promised everyone that it would explode, no matter how late it is, it will explode at least 3 updates. Gee. The fourth thing, I bought a set of clothes and a bracelet for my mother. My mother was very happy, and so was I. So the fourth thing is, I am very happy. Because my happiness comes from your support, I would like to invite you all to share my happiness. Thank you for your support and for making me happy. Of course, I will not forget the person who dug the well. Naturally, I will update more and work harder to make all of you happy. So, from today onwards, the frequency of the eruptions will become very frequent. There will be frequent eruptions. So, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1421. The reason was because of GMO Smart Kids Remember Network's super fast hands. After realizing that there was nothing wrong, Luo Kadi moved closer to GMO Great Master G. That thing you mentioned. What's going on? GMO pursed his lips and looked up. What do you mean by that thing? Nothing. Luo Kadi almost cried. Great Master. You're my dear Great Master. GMO snorted and rolled his eyes. Even if I don't tell him, he'll find out sooner or later. So, I might as well tell him. Then, I can still have some fun with him. Therefore, he put on an enigmatic look and said, Do you want to thoroughly improve our foundation? Luo Kadi's eyes widened, and he nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice. Do you want to be as arrogant as Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang? He nodded vigorously. Do you want to train crazily and cry secretly after your brother's breakthrough? He shook his head vigorously. There's a way now. What way? You want to know? Yes. You really want to know? Yes. Are you sure you want to know? Luo Kadi was going crazy. He grabbed Jimo's collar. Say it. Or not. Jimo's face was calm. You want to know? At this moment, not only Luo Kadi, even Imo Tianji, who had such good self-restraint, wanted to grab GMO and beat him up. This guy didn't leave people hanging like this. The veins on Luo Kadi's face were bulging. If he didn't say it, he would really die. If you don't say it, I don't want to live anymore. I'll beat you to death. Luo Kadi patted his, but with one hand, and pulled his hair with the other. He was going crazy. I'll say it. It's not a big deal. Look at how anxious you are. GMO said disdainfully. You bastard. You dig out food from your own ass to eat? Luo Kadi shouted loudly. Only after he had shouted the second half of his sentence did he realize that GMO had agreed. So, he immediately changed his words. Third brother G, Great Master G. What GMO was most afraid of now was that someone would mention this matter. He immediately flew into a rage. I won't talk about it anymore. Luo Kadi suddenly felt miserable. He grabbed his own mouth and fiercely slapped it. Then, he hugged Jimo's thigh and hastily explained, Third brother G, Great Master, Grandfather. I'm not scolding you. I'm really not scolding you. I'm just being careless for a moment. Really, you're not the only one who has dug out things from his own ass to eat, right? Look at my mouth. I'm talking about the heavy pill in my ass. My mouth is incurable. What I meant was, what did I say? Luo Kudi was so anxious that white foam was coming out of the corner of his mouth. GMO, on the other hand, was getting more and more furious. Finally, he roared, "You bastard! Shut up!" The people around him were already rocking back and forth with laughter. These two clowns were really, at this moment, the rainbow-colored true chi bypassed everyone, and everyone was stunned at the same time. Immediately after, everyone felt their cultivation base increase rapidly. In that instant, he felt as if his body was about to explode. GMO turned pale with fright. Luo Ku-di, I'm talking about when you break through to Supreme Martial Artist grade. The boundary between immortal and mortal can change one's aptitude, but you must remember your own goal. GMO could clearly feel it. Now, this inexplicable increase in cultivation base would probably cause Luo Ku-di and himself to advance directly. He hurriedly spilled the beans from a bamboo tube. After all, after the averaging of the dragon and phoenix essence just now, the brothers' cultivation base was uniformly set at 4th grade Supreme Martial Artist. Dong Wushang and Rui Budong, who had reached 5th grade Supreme Martial Artist first, were forcefully pulled down by the averaging, and the brothers who were originally at 2nd grade or 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artist all became 4th grade Supreme Martial Artists. Then, they could start the distribution of the dragon and phoenix essence. In this way, Dong Wushang and Rui Budong suffered a great loss, but the others benefited greatly. Luo Kudi's face and neck were red, and he endured the discomfort in his body. Damn you! Why didn't you say so earlier? Old, feeling that his meridians were boiling, as if they were about to explode, he hurriedly sat down cross-legged and used all his strength to guide the digestion of the cultivation base in his body. Ao Sheyun and Rui Budong, who were in a coma, also woke up abruptly. The moment they woke up, they immediately felt that something was wrong. The two of them didn't even know what was going on. They each cried out, "Oh my God," and hurriedly channeled their energy to guide the energy. Gu Duxing, Mo Tianji, Mo Lei Mo Qingwu, and the others also sat down one after another, guiding this inexplicable energy through their meridians. Right at this moment, Chu Yang came out of the cave anxiously. When he came out, he saw everyone sitting cross-legged and channeling their energy. Everyone's current situation was exactly the same as his before. It looked like the benefits of the Calamity Sword had already been evenly distributed. The Sword Master's appearance didn't attract anyone's attention. Even the most cautious Mo Tianji and Mo Qingwu, who was most concerned about whether Chu Yang came out or not, didn't sense Chu Yang's arrival at this moment, because the boiling energy in their bodies had already become the complete dominant force. Chu Yang cautiously paid attention to the changes in everyone. Feeling the rise of everyone's aura, he still felt a little emotional. Although the brothers had forcefully used the dragon and phoenix essence to make an average before this, at this moment, differences were once again revealed. In the end, everyone was different from one another. Just like wealth, when the world was created, if the heavens were to equip everyone with a copper coin, as long as this copper coin started to flow, there would be rapid changes. Many people's copper coins would disappear in the blink of an eye, but many people's copper coins would continue to increase. This was really unfair. Just like this moment. Right now, the one with the greatest change in cultivation wasn't Ao Xie, Yun Rui Budong, Gu Duxing, and Dong Wushang, but Mo Qingwu. This little girl was truly displaying the power of her freakish physique at this moment. The spiritual energy in the world swarmed over, complementing the benefits in her body like raging waves, breaking through all the obstacles, killing generals and capturing flags, pushing forward unstoppably. Chu Yang could feel that the cultivation in her body started to push forward from 4th grade Supreme Martial Artist, rising steadily step by step. Slowly, it reached 4th grade Supreme Martial Artist, high-level Supreme Martial Artist, peak-level Supreme Martial Artist, and then stopped at the bottleneck of 5th grade for only a moment before her whole body shook. She broke through the bottleneck and reached the beginner 5th grade Supreme Martial Artist, and then pushed forward fiercely. Mo Qingwu's speed actually surpassed Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. and even surpassed Ao Xiayun and Rui Badong of the Dragon and Phoenix races. Gu Duxing's speed was second only to Imo Qingwu among the 10 people, and Gu Duxing's power. It was advancing at an unprecedented sharp speed, even when cultivating. It was also like a sword piercing forward with an indomitable will. Not long after Imo Qingwu reached 5th grade supreme martial artist, Gu Duxing also reached this position. And Dong Wushang's breakthrough was different from Gu Duxing's. Dong Wushang's breakthrough was first to accumulate power, and then, with an earth-shattering speed, a gap suddenly appeared in the essence in his body like the Milky Way. It rushed over very vigorously. That was a kind of resolute and unstoppable attitude. The fourth was Ao Xiayun and Rui Badong. The two of them advanced at almost the same speed, one like a divine dragon soaring, flying forward, the other like a phoenix spreading its wings, flying all the way. Then it was Xie Danqiong's turn. After Xie Danqiong, it was Imo Tianji. Then, it was Imo Layer. Last in line were GMO and Luo Kadi. The two of them were also cultivating and breaking through very quickly, but compared to the first 8 people, they were clearly inferior. Feeling all this, Chu Yang suddenly thought of the 12 influential people in the 3 heavens in his previous life. Black Demon, Dark Bamboo, Lone Guest, Poison Spirit, Tianji, Li Xiongtu, Black Saber, Qian Hao, Duke Xie, Meng Luo, Viburnum, Tian Rue. Now, among these 12 people, Black Demon, Gudu, Tianji, Black Saber, and Duke Xie were all in front of him. Although their speed differed, overall, it was about the same. In his previous life, GMO and Luo Kadi were not selected. At this moment, it seemed that this ranking in his previous life was still reasonable. Compared to these 12 people, GMO and Luo Kadi's aptitude was really slightly inferior. Chu Yang frowned and thought to himself, this time, I must succeed. In the tribulation space, Chu Yang had already prepared 2 sets of blooming and fading flowers and 2 sets of heavenly moonlight. The blooming and fading flowers and heavenly moonlight complemented each other and could allow people who were breaking through the boundary between immortal and mortal to be reborn. At the very least, it could also improve people's aptitude. This effect was what the sword spirit said. Now, Chu Yang was secretly praying in his heart. This theory must work. Just as the other 8 people broke through to supreme martial artist level, GMO and Luo Kadi were also sweating. Their thoughts were almost chaotic as they tried to break through the bottleneck of supreme martial artist level. GMO's whole body was covered in blood as if it was going to spurt out from the surface of his skin. But with an almost stubborn persistence, he shouted, "Change aptitude." On the other side, Luo Kadi could no longer speak, but he was still trying his best to persevere. Time and time again, that kind of pain like death by 1,000 cuts couldn't change his determination at all. Improve aptitude. Chu Yang's heart was a little hot. This was GMO and Luo Kadi's biggest worry. But aptitude was innate. How could it be easy to change it? Although they worked hard, although they desperately wanted to change, but this kind of change in aptitude was not something that could be done with hard work. If it wasn't for the coincidence that it became a tribulation, GMO and Luo Kadi might. Feeling GMO and Luo Kadi's roars in their hearts, feeling the two of them failing to break through to supreme martial artist level time and time again, every failure was as painful as being pierced by thousands of arrows and being dismembered by 1,000 cuts. But the two of them still rushed forward with determination. I don't want to be left behind by my brothers. I don't want to be a burden. I also want my brothers to be proud of me. Chu Yang's eyes were slightly hot. With a thought and a command, the blooming and fading flowers and heavenly moonlight started to merge in the tribulation space. The heavenly moonlight suddenly enveloped a patch of blooming and fading flowers. Then, the heavenly moonlight shrunk, and the blooming and fading flowers also slowly became smaller. Gradually, the heavenly moonlight disappeared, and so did the blooming and fading flowers. In the intertwined space, 2 clear water droplets floated in the air, spinning and reflecting thousands of rays of light. Seeking votes. GRQ. Chapter 1422. Just as GMO and Luoku D were about to attack again, Chu Yang picked up 2 water droplets with lightning speed. He took them out of the tribulation space and shook his hand. Smart Kids Remember Network super fast hands. 1 water droplet fell into GMO's mouth, and the other one fell into Luoku D's mouth. Chu Yang could clearly see that 1/3 of the water droplet had already evaporated in this short period of time, from when he had attacked to when the 2 of them had opened their mouths. No wonder Sword Spirit said that this thing can't be taken out. Chu Yang was a little scared. It's just that so much evaporated in such a short period of time. Wouldn't there be nothing left if I took it out like this? GMO and Luoku D had reached the final juncture. If they couldn't break through this time, their meridians, which were already full of scars, would fall apart in an instant. But the 2 didn't have the slightest intention of giving up. Both of them had a stubborn belief. Such a heaven-sent opportunity. Such a heaven-sent favor. If we can't break through and change our aptitude, then we'll just die here. At this moment, they suddenly felt a burst of coolness in their blurred senses. Then, they felt that a thin crack had suddenly appeared in the solid bottleneck. The 2 of them were overjoyed. They rushed over at the same time. There was a loud boom. Their bodies trembled at the same time. Blood spurted out of their 7 apertures. Some of the pores on their bodies also spurted out a thin mist of blood. But they had finally broken through this hurdle. Then, the 2 of them followed what they had said before. They wanted to change, but they didn't know how to change. They just urged their martial power and rushed forward. Then, the 2 of them felt a burst of coolness enter their bodies at the same time. The moment it spread throughout their bodies, this coolness suddenly turned into a boundless raging fire. It swallowed all of their meridians from top to bottom. In an instant, their internal organs were also affected. The 2 of them let out a hoarse scream at the same time. Blood spurted out of their mouths like crazy. They fainted. Gu Duxing and the others had already woken up. They saw Chu Yang standing beside GMO and Luoku D. They were about to speak when Chu Yang raised his finger to stop them. Suddenly, they saw the 2 of them vomiting blood, as if they wanted to vomit all the blood in their bodies. They were all shocked. Chu Yang stretched out his hand to stop everyone. He whispered, "Don't move. They're undergoing a rebirth." Oh! Gu Duxing and the others immediately understood. They also saw Chu Yang throw a drop of something strange into their mouths. They all understood that the 2 of them were undergoing a rebirth this time. It must have a lot to do with Chu Yang. Chu's voice was serious. He lowered his voice and said, "This time, they were reborn when GMO and Luokadi broke through the supreme grade and crossed the boundary between immortal and mortal. Their own efforts. They did it themselves to do it. Do you understand? Yang's twos to go? To dies to twos to die to die." All the brothers nodded in unison. They understood Chu Yang's good intentions. They're Yang Yang's MO. This was enough to make GMO and Luoku D's self-confidence explode from now on. To die to die to die to dies to die, s. To be to their heavens. Ku, twos to die. With such a mindset, the progress of the 2 of them was terrifying. Cultivation? To cultivate? To cultivate? Their mentality. If their mentality was unstable, it would be easy for them to go berserk. But with such strong confidence, GMO and Luokadi didn't have to worry about anything. They just had to charge forward. Because I'm invincible. Dong Wushang was the only one who was confused. He scratched his head and asked, "Why?" Just as he said it, Mo Layer pinched his waist and spun him around. "You pig head. Shut up." Dong Wushang's scream was like a cow's roar, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Mo Layer's lips opened and closed, but she was explaining to him telepathically. After a long explanation, Dong Wushang's rough face finally showed a look of realization. He slapped his thigh and said, "I see. Boss is so thoughtful." Before he finished, Mo Layer reached out and twisted him again. "You're still talking." Ouch! Dong Wushang suddenly howled. He was in so much pain that he sucked in cold air and shivered all over. At this moment, Luokadi woke up. He opened his eyes in a daze. "Brother Dong?" Dong Wushang endured the pain and flashed a smile. "What's wrong?" Luokadi said with dissatisfaction. "Why are you stealing my business?" Dong Wuxiang was speechless. GMO also woke up. When he woke up, he realized that he was different. A feeling of being reborn filled his heart, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Motherfucker, 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 motherfucker. She was so excited that her speech was incoherent. She hugged Luo Kudi, and the two of them hugged each other. They laughed and shouted at the same time. Instantly, the sound of dog ant and ow rang out incessantly. She laughed jubilantly as tears streamed down her face. Finally, he was free from his shackles. Although they didn't know how effective it would be, it was certain that they would be reborn. This was something that both of them could feel. The two laughed and cried at the same time. This made Chu Yang and the others somewhat unable to react. They should have been happy for the two of them, giving their blessings and laughing together. But when they saw the two of them crying, they couldn't help but feel sad. Everyone knew how much pressure and pain GMO and Luo Kudi had felt before they reached this day. GMO and Luo Kudi only regained their composure after a long time. They turned to look at their brothers and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But how thick-skinned were these two people? They quickly adjusted their mentality. Wiping away their tears, GMO laughed and said, "Everyone has broken through, right?" At Gu Duxing and the other side, Luo Kudi proudly puffed out his chest. "I have also broken through." Everyone was stunned. Very surprised, right? GMO proudly strode like a cat in front of everyone. He shook his butt and said, "Big brother has also broken through." "So what? I have broken through." "So what? I have broken through." "So what?" Surprised, right? Surprised, right? Unbelievable, right? Unimaginable, right? But Big Brother has broken through. Waha! Let's go out, it's my treat. Luo Kudi roared, his heroism reaching the clouds. "Eat whatever you want. Even if you want to eat dragon's liver and phoenix's gallbladder, I will immediately skin Ao Xieyun and Rue Budong." Everyone lowered their heads. These two fellows were obviously so excited that they didn't know what to say. The two of you are only at the beginner level, but Ao Xieyun and Rue Budong are already at the peak, as expected. The next moment, Ao Xieyun and Rue Budong roared and pounced forward. Mo Tianji nodded lightly. "Come, let's go out." The brothers tacitly followed behind Chu Yang and Mo Tianji, walking out in a single file. They didn't even turn back, even though there were two people behind them begging for mercy at the top of their lungs. As if they didn't hear anything, Yu Lingxue was shocked. He remembered very clearly that when Chu Yang and the others entered this mine, their strength was uneven. Some were 5th grade, some were 4th grade, some were 3rd grade, some were 2nd grade, but those who came out now, they were all of the same grade. Hiss! Yu Lingxue gasped and said somewhat stutteringly, "All of you have broken through?" "Uh-huh." Chu Yang nodded. "All of you are of the same grade?" Yu Lingxue only felt that his brain was dizzy. Even the last two people who came out with bruises all over their faces. They were also supreme martial artists. He couldn't help but be shocked. "All of you have crossed the boundary between immortal and mortal?" "Uh-huh." The brothers nodded. Yu Lingxue was stunned. As a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist, he naturally understood. The boundary between immortal and mortal was so difficult to cross. How many amazing geniuses had been cultivating at lightning speed, but they were stuck between the 5th grades, unable to advance even an inch in their lives. Even himself and Feng Euro. When they tried to break through the boundary between immortal and mortal back then, with the help of a powerful technique like Moon Breeze as one, they still cultivated for as long as 30 years before they succeeded in breaking through. It was already considered fast back then, but today, his worldview was completely turned upside down. What kind of help was a breakthrough in 30 years? Look at these 11 people in front of him. They all broke through to supreme martial artists in just half a month. And they didn't start from the peak of 5th grade. Some even started from 1st grade supreme martial artists. For example, Mo Qingguo. Some started from 2nd grade, for example, GMO, Luo Kudi, and Mo Tianji. Some started from 3rd grade, for example, Ao Xieyun and Xie Danqiang. Some started from 4th grade. For example, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing. Some started from 5th grade, for example, Dong Wushang, Rui Budong, and Imo Lei and now, all of them had reached the peak of 5th grade. Yu Lingxue was on the verge of breaking down, and 2 or 3 of them had reached the peak of 5th grade, or even the peak of 5th grade. They reached the peak right after breaking through? Yu Lingxue suddenly wanted to go into the mine to take a look. Damn it, could there be a deity inside? Just pointing at someone and they would break through? While Yu Lingxue was in a daze. Let's hurry back. Time is of the essence. We need to settle things here as soon as possible and then move to the northwest. Chu Yang said. That's right. Now, that traitor is already useless. Imo Tianji agreed and said, it is indeed time to get rid of him. Only Imo Tianji was still thinking about the traitor at such a time. Chu Yang nodded silently. The traitor. As long as they found out, they would hand it over to the clan to deal with. As a junior himself, this kind of extermination, he really couldn't do it. The brothers set off together with Yu Lingxue. Chu Yang, Ao Sheiyun and Rui Budong stayed at the back. When they saw that everyone had gone far away, they activated their divine techniques and grabbed the entire mountain range where the mine was. Then, with a flip of their palms, they landed on the ground. Then, with continuous movements of both hands, there were continuous rumbling sounds. The few small mountains nearby were transported over by Chu Yang and completely covered above. May the dragon and phoenix elders below rest in peace. I hope that from now on, no one will disturb your peace for all eternity. Chu Yang lowered his head and said quietly. Ao Sheiyun and Rui Budong knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to express their gratitude and farewell to the dragon and phoenix elders. Then, the 3 of them turned and chased after them. The moment he turned his head, Chu Yang's body shook. Ao Sheiyun asked, Boss, what's wrong? Chu Yang said, Nothing. Moving, the 3 of them left quickly. At that moment, Chu Yang clearly heard a voice that seemed to ring from the bottom of his heart. It said slowly, Calamity Sword, 8th Fragment, City of Fairies. 3rd update, please vote. Cough. Today is my mother's birthday. I didn't expect my mother-in-law to come too. When she saw the birthday present I bought for my mother, she said bitterly, the gold bracelet looks better. Cough, cough. For my mother-in-law's birthday last year, I bought her a silver one. I feel that I'm going to be in trouble, as if a storm is brewing. Chapter 1423. Chu Yang was startled. City of Fairies? Where was the City of Fairies? He had obtained the 7th fragment of the Calamity Sword from the dragon and Phoenix brings prosperity. He had also brought out the location of the 8th fragment, which was related to the fairy race. Smart kids remember network super fast hands, sword spirit. Where did the previous owners of the Calamity Sword get their swords from? Could it be from the dragon and Phoenix brings prosperity, or the City of Fairies? Chu Yang asked, How is that possible? The sword spirit smiled. You are the only one who has such luck since ancient times. The previous owners of the Calamity Sword didn't even have any rare herbs. Chu Yang replied with an O and asked, Then do you know where the City of Fairies is? The sword spirit smiled helplessly. How would I know? But, if you want to know, there is one person who definitely knows where the City of Fairies is. And this person will be happy to bring you there. Chu Yang suddenly realized. Dukyu. That's right. The sword spirit said, in this world, only Dukyu knows and can find. The City of Fairies. Chu Yang nodded silently. Dukyu should have come up the moment the heavens opened. But why was there no news of him until now? Where did he go? After sorting out his emotions, Chu Yang looked at Ao Sheiyun and Rui Budong, who had been waiting for a long time. Facing their concerned gazes, he smiled warmly. It's okay. Let's go. Another 2 days later, Chu Yang galloped on his horse. The wind that came against him was already somewhat chilly. It was already the 5th day since he left the Chu clan. He was already close to the river and about to leave the southeast. Thinking of his grandfather's sad expression when he talked about the traitor when he returned to the clan, he sighed. Chu Feilong's wife, Madame Wei. He had committed suicide the moment Chu Yang and the others returned home. She left behind a few words, half in the night, half surnamed Chu. There are joys and laughter in the morning and bitterness in the evening. I want to be filial and merciful, but I can't help it. One is for the kindness of raising me, the other is for the bloodline of my husband. Half my life is melancholy and half laughter, a lifetime of conflict and loneliness. Now that I am gone, is there a husband in the spring? The guilty Madame Wei asks for forgiveness. I ask the Chu clan to take pity on my Yun-er and take care of him on account that he is of the Chu bloodline. There is no need for glory and splendor. There is no need for riches and honor. I don't need to use force to live a peaceful life. That is my greatest wish. From this last poem, one could see the woman's conflicted feelings. She might be vicious. Perhaps it was sinister. Perhaps it was unforgivable. But this life was full of contradictions. It was painful. One was for the grace of raising her, and the other was for the bloodline of her husband. The kindness of the Yi clan's upbringing, the kinship of the Chu clan's bloodline. As for the words half a lifetime of melancholy, half a lifetime of laughter, a lifetime of conflict, a lifetime of loneliness, it made one's heart ache even more. After all, she was just a tool used by the Yi clan to deal with other clans. And the Yi clan had buried this chess piece. It was to control the Chu clan and deal with the Shao clan. But perhaps it was due to good luck or some other reason. But after so many years, he still failed on the verge of success. Now that the bones have turned into a breeze, is there a man in the spring? Chu Yang sighed. She still had feelings for Chu Feilong. On this trip to the Yellow Springs, he was still thinking about whether he could find Chu Feilong. But, so what if he found it? Chu Yang really couldn't comment on this woman. Brother Chu Yang, what are you sighing about? Mo Qingwu was dressed in red, riding on the same horse with Chu Yang. Her soft hair fluttered on Chu Yang's face, as if it wanted to tickle Chu Yang's heart. Hearing Chu Yang's sigh, she turned her head slightly and asked. Chu Yang took a breath and said in a low voice, I'm thinking that in this world, there are so many contradictions. Good and bad, loyal and treacherous, straight and crooked, right and wrong. The boundaries of these are really hard to describe. Mo Qingwu said softly, yes, some things, if explained logically, don't make sense. Chu Yang nodded and said, yes, in this world, there are people first, then there are reasons. Reasons are created by people. How can they explain the human heart to the fullest? Mo Qingwu said in a low voice, yes, just like the many heartless men in this world. It's really hard to understand and explain. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat and he asked, Mo Qingwu looked back and smiled, saying, of course I'm not talking about you. Chu Yang smiled wryly. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Mo Qingwu laughed and said, Chu Yang, I'm now at the peak of supreme martial artist. Chu Yang was confused. Oh? Mo Qingwu wrinkled her nose and said, in the future, no matter what you do, I can help you. No matter where you go, I can accompany you. Chu Yang felt the friendship in Mo Qingwu's words and couldn't help but sigh. Yes, no matter where I go, you can accompany me, so don't think of leaving me behind again. Mo Qingwu tilted her head and smiled softly. I want to be with you, in life and death. As if struck by lightning, Chu Yang's body trembled violently. His eyes widened, and he looked at Mo Qingwu with some horror. Mo Qingwu's clear eyes looked at him. Then, she gently avoided his gaze and looked to the side. With a gentle smile, she said, Chu Yang, that dream. I've reached the end. Suddenly, Chu Yang's mind was struck by lightning, making him dizzy. His breathing quickened and his heart beat like a drum. He opened his mouth and his lips were so dry that they were about to crack. He said, what dream? Reached the end? The autumn wind blew in front of them, blowing up the dust on the ground. Mo Qingwu's red clothes were as red as blood in the dust. Her smile also seemed to become ethereal. This time, she didn't avoid his eyes and said softly, it's that dream. Chu Yang suddenly felt as if his head was covered with ice and snow. His whole body quivered and he muttered, reached the end? Mo Qingwu nodded affirmatively. Yes. Chu Yang smiled and said, that's just a dream. Mo Qingwu frowned slightly and said with some confusion between her brows, but I feel that it's real. Chu Yang took in this trace of confusion and relaxed immediately. He said in a low voice, but it's not real after all. The strong horse galloped. Imo Qingwu turned around on the horse and looked at him fixedly. Her red clothes fluttered and covered her head. Her beautiful hair rushed towards Chu Yang's face. Her eyes were deep and tender. She murmured softly, "Chu Yang, Chu Yang, Chu Yang." Unexpectedly, it was a tone that was filled with 1,000 twists and turns, a tone that was so tender that it seemed like it was about to break. Chu Yang held her in his arms and let her feel the warmth of his body. He rested his chin on Imo Qingwu's head and said in a soft, resolute, heavy, and heartbroken voice, "That was a dream. That's a dream." Imo Qingwu's eyes dimmed. Then she buried her face in Chu Yang's arms and felt that familiar smell. She nodded gently and said softly, "Yes, that's a dream." Then she didn't move anymore. She snuggled in Chu Yang's arms. Her breathing was heavy and she actually fell asleep. Chu Yang's face was like water. His eyes looked straight ahead. He looked at the scenery on both sides flying backward. His eyes were malicious, like an injured beast. At this moment, no one dared to come near him. He didn't even know what he was thinking in his heart, but his whole body was filled with mania. But it made all his brothers believe one thing. If there was an enemy in front of him at this moment, even if it was a million-strong army, if he didn't kill them all, he wouldn't stop. Imo Tianji rode a white horse and followed beside him. Seeing Imo Qingwu snuggling in Chu Yang's arms, he was a little dissatisfied and jealous at first. But gradually, he realized that Imo Qingwu and Chu Yang's expressions were a little abnormal. He couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that something happened? 11 people and 10 horses. They galloped towards the center of the continent. Another 3 days later, they reached the Black Blood Forest. It took them 5 days to pass through the Black Blood Forest. It was that familiar scenery again. 2 years of round trips. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Looking at the ink-black Black Blood Forest behind him, he suddenly thought of a poem and an aloof woman in a fluttering white dress. Noble and elegant, as cold as the moon, an unattainable woman. If we meet again in the clouds, please sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and urged the horse forward. Up ahead, they reached the Yi clan's territory. From here, they would go all the way to the northwest. There, they still had an extremely important battle to catch up with. Diwu Qingru needed that battle, and so did Imo Tianji. As if he could tell what Chu Yang was thinking, Imo Tianji urged the horse closer to him. "Don't be anxious. We have to go there slowly." Chu Yang frowned slightly. "Go there slowly?" Imo Tianji smiled. "Firstly, our strength has just taken a big step forward. This kind of sudden increase in strength needs to be honed before it can be integrated with our own battle techniques and techniques, as well as the tacit understanding between brothers. We need time. Otherwise, if we go there rashly and meet with any accidents, there will be unnecessary injuries. Secondly, we are anxious about the current situation, but you have to believe that Diwu Qingru is even more anxious than us." Imo Tianji revealed an inexplicable smile. "We are anxious, but we can totally hold it in. But Diwu Qingru is now like an ant being roasted on fire. He is so anxious that he is close to breaking down. So, there's no harm in letting him bear it a little longer." Imo Tianji smiled. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little happy. He scolded with a smile, "Tianji, I just realized that you are much more sinister than Diwu Qingru." Imo Tianji smiled. Also, no matter how anxious he is, Diwu Qingru will do his best to maintain it. Moreover, he will use a method that will continuously increase his prestige to maintain this situation. I absolutely believe in this. If he can't do it, then he doesn't deserve to be our opponent. Chu Yang nodded. He also firmly believed in this point. Let's go. Now that everyone has crossed the boundary between immortals and mortals, let us start from the northwest and stir up the world. Imo Tianji raised his eyebrows and looked at the northwest. He said lightly, "It's also time to let Diwu Qingru know about me." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.